what's good, baby?
Anyway, for real. I'm a big dog on commissary losers. Get these niggas on my comments before I shoot them. I got the suicidal thoughts and it now don't make me lose it. The only thing can get some time for me is Uchi's. I'm a big dog on commissary losers. Get these niggas on my comments before I shoot them. I got the suicidal thoughts and it now don't make me lose it. The only thing can get some time for me is Uchi's. I'm a big dog, I don't want you now. Make the crowd scram, run them own guns. I bitch you ready, red, bro, you down. He was supposed to be with Caesar Matthews, he's a 9. How you let the stinks take your pieces from me? Turn a nigga head into a Reese's cup. You wasn't on the main line, you was PC'd up. We got Draco in the building, turn to Stevie Wonder. Now we back to the punchlines. I'm finna do a nigga sleazy like that one time. I got a free bus pass, he on that one line. I tell my wrist a handicap like that blind nigga. I'm a big dog, I'm coming to losers. Get these niggas on my comments before I shoot them. I got the suicidal thoughts and it now don't make me lose it. The only thing can get some time for me is Uchi's. I'm a big dog, I don't come and say losers. Get these niggas on my comments before I shoot them. I got the suicidal thoughts and it down don't make me lose it. The only thing can get some time for me is Uchi's. Yeah. I'm a big dog, I don't come and say losers. For real. Suicidal thoughts and it down don't make me lose it.
I'm a big dog, I don't conversate with poodles. I make street music you can commit violent crimes too. If we beefing, I use chunks from your noodles and make spaghetti. Throwing house party when you hear them pop shots, it's not confetti. That shit under meniscus, I can eyeball it, no fatty. For a nickel, my shooter ain't a nigga world Armageddon. I want more chains to whip like my shit ain't broke already. And I don't wanna hit that crystal cause I'm dope already. Things came to take the rap game over and I hope y'all ready. Bitch act stupid, I fuck your mama, bitch you know I'm petty. Nigga think he fucking with me, must be blowed off fatty. This exotic stinky buzz, we don't smoke that Reggie.
I'm a big dog, I don't come and say losers. Get these niggas on my comments before I shoot them. I got the suicidal thoughts and it now don't make me lose it. The only thing can get some time for me is Uchi's. I'm a big dog, I don't come and say losers. Get these niggas on my comments before I shoot them. I got the suicidal thoughts and it now don't make me lose it. The only thing can get some time for me is Uchi's. Yeah. I'm a big dog, I don't come and say losers. For real. Suicidal thoughts and it down don't make me lose it.
We Japanese still. You getting cooked in front of your family like a Japanese meal. It's y'all shoot the hibachi and none of you niggas can stop me. But can't help but watch me. Yo, it's been a crazy weekend, man. The racist material is replete in YouTube, on social media. These guys keep exposing themselves as racist. But they don't want us to call them racist, right? They don't want us to call them out on their racism. You know, it's like I said, it's like a whore. You know, there's someone or a woman, a promiscuous woman that had 20 sex partners in the last month, but don't want nobody to call her out and say, "Oh, well, you're being a whore, you're acting like a whore." You know, it's egregious to call someone out for what they're doing, right? It's the same thing with racism. It's like these guys are openly racist. They openly support anti-miscegenation, meaning saying that if a white person and a black person marry each other, it's criminal in their eyes. That's what that means. It's criminal, and it deserves some kind of punishment. And that is not a biblical concept. That is a redneck concept. That is an antebellum South concept. You understand? Yes, Safiq, we up early. Trustworthy, up early like a 9 that bus early. Shout out to Nas. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we up here trying to serve this hibachi early, man. We serve a hibachi breakfast right now. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, we gotta expose these things. These brothers got these racist ass talking points, but don't want to admit to being racist. Just say, you know what? You're right. I do fit those characteristics. At least be that honest. You know, you're racist. You judge people off their skin color. You judge people groups, swaths of people, whether or not they're legit or not, solely on their skin color. Like, oh, the real Jews are black. That's a racist statement. Because again, you're letting the racial theory predicate who can be quote unquote real right? And it's also a true Scotsman fallacy, by the way. You guys are very fallacious. So today we're going to cover BENAYAH and his racist Black Germany video that he did. And I watched it last night. I was like, oh, snap. We got to do another one. I got to come back and spin the block because this brother's channel is replete and is completely filled with racist dogmatic doctrine. So we're gonna take our time and start dealing with BENAYAH's videos. I didn't even know who BENAYAH was. It's about a year ago. Well, I knew of him, but I never watched his videos. Someone else watched this video and said, "Hey, man, BENAYAH, he tripping." I'm like, "What are you talking about?" You know. And then I watched the video with that brother. I was like, "Oh, snap, he doing that? Not just the racist stuff, like." So if you watch his so-called Sephardic Jew videos or whatnot, and his proof for that, he doctors a lot of evidence, just like Tails. I'm like, well, maybe Tails got that doctoring evidence from them. You know, and that was the first time I seen it. That's the first time I seen him, is pulling that pseudo stunt, doctoring sources to try to make it seem like it's saying one thing when it's really not. Shout out to Rashun Washington. They said, "What it do? Yap gang, yap." Yeah, we in the building, man. Early bird. You know we rocking, man. All right, so let me just get into this damn video, man, because you guys already know his stilo. What the crazy thing about this particular video is he spends like 75% of this video not talking about Black Germany, even though the video is entitled Black Germany. So he spends a large chunk discussing Sephardic Jews, the Limba, and they have a very confusing model for the Limba. For some reason, he's trying to say that Black Americans are not really that closely related to Yoruba and Igbo, but they're more closely related to Limba, and the Limba are somehow closely related to these Black Sephardic Jews that he keeps invoking. And I wish he would just come out and like clear that up. What the hell? Right. Yeah, that's that Frederick Blumenbach, man. That's the BHI's master teacher. They go off of his work, man. The white ones and the black ones. The white ones are the fake ones and the black ones are the real ones. Praise Yah. That's how they talk. Hallelujah. All right, anyway. Let's get to this damn video, man. Black Germany. You know how we rock it, man. You know how we do. With BHI's worst nightmare. Nobody know how to vet sources, reading comprehension. I think the brother's doing this shit on purpose. I don't think this is an accident. I think he's purposely reading into these texts to try to make his narrative stick. Trying to make this Black supremacist narrative stick, this racist redneck and blackface narrative stick. Now he's claiming that the original people of Germany were all Black. And the man provides dates. He said Germany was Black and all of it was Black in 1300 CE. 1300 CE. Boy, if you don't sit your ass down, you got to be really, really on them bath salts to say in 1300 Europe was wholly Black. Like, that don't make no damn sense.
Sit your ass down. Sit your ass down.
But we're supposed to sit back and not say nothing about these guys. We're not supposed to make any refutations. We're not supposed to debunk any of these clips. We're supposed to just sit down, lay down, and take it, right? You can't say nothing about their dear leaders, Well, nah. Like Sister Irrational last night was trying to tell us, stay out of Black folk business.
Bitch, who raised you?
You out of your damn mind. We're going to say what we want to say and comment on what we want to comment on and critique what we want to critique. You don't run our channels. You don't own our voice. And that's the problem with a lot of these Afrocentric and BHIs, because they're in the same vein. They think they own Black Americans' opinions and thoughts, and they believe in the high mind concept. If they feel a certain way, I should feel a certain way. I don't feel that way. You understand? And that ain't going to change. I don't support the retarded talking points of Teo, BENAYAH, Sister Irrational. I do not support any of their racist talking points or retarded talking points, man.
Bitch niggas, I ain't fucking with your kind.
It's just that simple, man. And saying that Europe was wholly black in 1300, it's just stupid. It's just, I don't even know how else to even, frame that, or phrase that.
They done left me in here with this retarded son of a bitch. He ain't got no name tag on or nothing.
White people just pop up in 1500s, in the 1500s, according to this guy. So we're going to watch the evidence. We're going to watch the tapes. We kept the file. You know how we rock it, man. Anyway, let's share this screen. Let's get to watching this. Let's get to watching this funeral session. Anyway. Oh, I already have it up. There we go. Let's watch it.
History, a chronological record of significant events, such as those affecting.
Before we get into it, we are protected under the Fair Use Act, Section 107. And that act protects us because we're using this for the purpose of criticism, commentary. We can also use it for news reporting, teaching, scholarship, or research purposes. And that is not an infringement on copyright. So we are well within our right to cover this channel, cover this video. Let me rewind it a little bit because I want you guys to focus in on some of the iconography that he shares here. Let me see if I can get it. Right there, Invasion of Wild Men. And there is a art piece that's labeled Wild Man or whatever, right? And he's taking that to mean that means when whites took over the entire continent of Europe. So here it is, Invasion of White Men. He's got a Bigfoot looking character here. And he can show stuff like this, but then you have Sister saying, we're not racist. That's not racist. That is racist. Come on now. If Black people were depicted in that vein and called wild men, you would be like, oh, that's just a white person being racist. But since you're doing it, you get a special pass. Stop it. Special pleading all the way. Invasion of the Wild Man. Who are they referring to? White people in general. Barbarian hordes. Conquering Rome. So he's even throwing Rome in there. Rome was conquered by who? Like these hairy creatures that you keep showing. Conquered Europe, conquered the blacks. Waged war on the black royals.
History, a chronological record of significant events, such as those affecting a nation or institution, often including an explanation of their causes. You see, fam, the pieces of our history were constructed by those who once held us captive, who selectively chose, deleted, modified, and packaged a customized history just for you. They decided the books you read, topics to discuss, and most importantly, the topics to avoid, all stacked into a.
The funny thing is, he does everything he's trying to claim that, quote unquote, all white people are guilty of, right? He's limiting what you can read and what you can't read. Because what he will say in his videos, oh, I only deal with sources before 1850. Why is that? Why don't you deal with anything after that? Only deal with X, Y, Z, which is not true, which we're going to cover when we get to that segment. There are sources prior to 1850 that point out that Jews were white, because he's going to make that a big deal later on. And we're going to crush that. But he's saying, oh, they limit what you can read and what you can't read. Exactly. I'm flawed. Exactly. He does the exact same thing. Compiling what they want you to see. That's what you do to fit this Black Hebrew Israelite narrative. That's all you're doing. This racist Black Hebrew Israelite scheme that you guys have put together. You're not going to show the totality of sources. You're not going to show sources saying that these people are white, that these inhabitants during this time were white. You're not going to do that. You're not going to show William the Conqueror or stuff like that. You're not going to do any of that. You're going to, cherry pick everything you can and only show those things that are congruent with your racist model. That's it.
Neat curriculum called your history. However, what would happen if you researched your own history, free of the preconceived notions and racisms of your oppressors? Well,
the irony, because you're using the preconceived notions of racism of our oppressors. You're doing that. Who taught you to judge groups of people and ancestry, by the way, solely on skin color? Who taught you that? That ain't a biblical principle. That you didn't learn that from Moses. You didn't learn that from the prophets. You didn't learn that from Jesus. You didn't learn that from the Bible. In the ancient world, you didn't learn that from ancient Egypt. Ancient Egypt didn't think like that. That wasn't within the thought process of ancient Egypt. Where did you get it from? You got it from the antebellum South. You got it from racist Europeans. That's where you got it from. And then you had the nerve to put that sentence in this video when you're using the same methodology. Shout out to my brother. He says he does the exact same thing.
If you do, you may find surprising truths such as your bloodline, your DNA, connect you directly to Europe. And most importantly, you'll discover that Europe wasn't always considered a white.
Your DNA, he's talking to African Americans, right? The African American audience. He says your DNA connects you directly to Europe. This is a bold-faced lie. Majority of African Americans are E1B1A. We're talking about the male side, right? The majority of African American women are some kind of L clade, right? So when you're talking about the African American populace, their DNA, for the most part, goes back to Western and Central Africa, for the most part, which is congruent with history, because that's where the slaves, majority, not all, the bulk of the slaves were coming from. So our DNA goes back there, right? It does not directly go back to Europe. Now, you do have certain brothers that do have European forefathers and foremothers, right? You do have certain African Americans that do that. But 40 to 30% of African American males and about 15 to 20% of African American women. African American women are more African than their male counterparts, right? So there is a fraction of us that do directly go back to Europe, and they have different ancestors than the majority. That is what DNA shows us. No, we don't all directly go back to Europe. The reason why he's saying you and trying to broad sweep us all is because it's colorism. You see a bunch of black people, and all black people must be the same. That's why I always challenge people for the debate. Let's debate that. Are all black people the same? Are all Africans the same? These concepts need to be debated in the public because these people are using those concepts to build these confabulations like we're seeing on the screen.
White nation. In fact, they were black.
The original Europeans in 1300, mind you, he's not talking about Cheddar Man's time, 7,000, 8,000 years, when you could actually make that argument that majority of Europe would have been black or had dark skin features. Does not mean we're the same as them. It just means, you know, the entire planet at one time all had brown skin. But he's saying in 1300, black Europe, the original Europeans, black Europe. And I guess 1500, he's saying white Europe. He said, not so fast, my friend. This is how you know, scarred these people are with colorism. This is how far they would go to try to paint a whole continent black during the 1300s. All right. And then we're using this black royalty, black kings and queens. So people will always go to J.A. Rogers. They will refer to J.A. Rogers. He doesn't hear in this video. But J.A. Rogers, when he gave you the European heraldry, right, and showing you these list of kings, there were white kings there too. There were white kings. I own his book. There were a plethora of white kings. Also in Henry Louis Gates Jr.'s book, he shows those same heraldry pictures, and there were white kings. Stop doing that shit, man. See, that's that cherry picking. You are cherry picking, trying to magnify what you cherry pick to be the totality of the case. Everyone knows Moors were in Europe, and a lot of those Moors were either E1, B1B, or some clade of J. Historically, we can line it up with the genetics. But trying to say that the entire continent of Europe was inundated with just black people is false.
Shalom, shalom, family. It's your brother BENAYAH Ben Israel coming to you with a lesson called Black Germany. That's right, fam. No, I did not misspeak. I said Black Germany. And most high willing, fam, we will review references to show that not only does the so-called African American have direct ties and direct links to the Black Brews of Spain and Portugal, but we'll also show that we have a direct tie, direct link to the Black Brews of Germany. Hallelujah. All right, fam. So if you're curious, stay tuned. Go ahead and strap in, fam. Oh, you may want to grab a web browser. Just grab a device where you have a web browser, because on a few of these slides, I want you to be able to pull up some of your information to confirm that you are also tied into these Black Brews of Black Germany. Hallelujah. All right, fam. Well, with that being said, fam, we're going to switch over to more of a lecture format. Like I said, that's because of the sheer volume of slides that we have to cover in order to lay the foundation. All right, fam. Well, let's get started by just briefly reviewing some of the information that we brought out about the Black Brews of Spain and Portugal and why we call them the Black Brews of Spain and Portugal. And number one, we were able to identify them as the Black Brews of Spain and Portugal by simply using references that were published before the 1850s, like from the 1850s and older. Usually those references describe the brews of Spain and Portugal as black, swarthy, dark skin, brown, right? Any, pretty much all the synonyms you can think of as far as describing a black, dark skinned people, you'll find it in those old references.
And again, when you see someone say swarthy, that does not mean dark skin all the time. Swarthy can just mean having a less pale complexion. Like if you look at certain Italians, they have a less pale complexion than someone like from Sweden or something. Like they're very pale. That's what swarthy could mean. We had this conversation about Abraham Lincoln. Oh, Abraham Lincoln black. I'm like, we got photographs of him. We got fucking photographs of Abraham Lincoln. Oh, he black because he said he had a dark complexion. It does not mean what you guys think it means. It does not mean he had brown skin. We know that because we got photography of these people. Who else is called Swarthy? The Irish. We got photography of the Irish. Do they look like brown-skinned people? No, they do not. You guys are idiots, man. And you're being stupid on purpose because you want your racist bullshit to jive, and it doesn't jive well.
References when describing the brews of Spain and Portugal. So that was the first body of evidence that we brought up.
Our brother says here, can you post a link that shows what is the majority of our Black American haplogroup? Yeah, easy. That's simple. There's a plethora of sources. I get it here in a minute.
Out. And some of the other supporting pieces of evidence included, not limited to, cranial analysis, right? Cranial analysis of the old bones of the brews of Spain and Portugal showed that they were a dolichocephalic people. Now, if you don't know what the dolichocephalic is the shape of the Negro skull. Hallelujah. And then another body of evidence that we brought out, we pointed out in archaeology, specifically the Lakesh relief.
So right here, he says he's using craniometry. Craniometry is an old racist tool, literally used by scientific racism to try to say who's black, who's white. That is false. It's false. You can have someone that has a quote-unquote Caucasoid bone structure, right? A craniometry, a craniometrics, and still have dark skin. Many East Africans have that craniometrics. It has nothing to do with whether the person was dark skin or not. So all people with dark skin don't have the same skull types. And all people with white skin all have the same skull types. This is false. This was proven false 100 years ago. But you see a BHI picking up after their racist master teachers and using the same thing. Craniometry is no longer regarded, man, because of that. So, oh my God, there's a lot we got to cover in this video, man. So I appreciate y'all for reaching out. But sticking around, we got some shit we got to speak about.
The Lakesh relief depicts the brews of Judah, specifically the tribe of Judah, as being a nappy, woolly-headed people. Not only there was an archaeological dig which occurred there, and where they dug up all the bones, and they did a cranial analysis on the bones, and they identified the bones of the brews as being a Egypto-Nubian people. Hallelujah. Not only that, but we also took a look at DNA family, and we proved that the so-called African-American, as well as other Negroes around the world, we literally match the brews at one of the archaeological sites. And we also matched the dispersion pattern of the brews in Africa. There were certain places that the brews were of Spain and Portugal were dispersed to in Africa, and so-called African-Americans matched that dispersion pattern. Hallelujah. All right. So that's it for, well, as far as like the brews of Spain and Portugal. But I also want to review who the brews of Spain and Portugal say they are. Unlike many of us in the dispersion, the brews of Spain and Portugal knew exactly who they were. They actually had their genealogies, right? And a lot of their neighbors knew who they were because the brews in Spain and Portugal knew who they were. So with that being said, fam, let's just read a few references.
All right, real quick. Let me touch on this the wiki article on craniometry real quick. So this is the wiki article on craniometry. We're not gonna be too far. We're not gonna go too deep into this, but just want to give you a basic idea. It says here it was once intensively practiced in anthropology, in particular physical anthropology, in the first part of the 20th century. Theories attempting to scientifically justify the segregation of society based on race. This is what your boy using. Hey, I'm not racist. I'm not racist. Sister Irrational, we're not racist. They just call us racist because we're jealous. They're jealous. They want to be like us. That's what it is, family, not because they're racist. but you're using this shit, which is racist. Scientific racist, by the way. Racism, by the way. It says scientifically justified the segregation of society based on race became popular at this time. One of the prominent figures being George Leopold, however you say that, 1854 to 1936, who divided humanity into various hierarchized different races spanning from the iron white race, dolichocephalic, from the ancient Greek dolichos, long and thin, to brachycephalic, short and broad-headed race. On the other hand, craniometry was also used as evidence against the existence of a Nordic race, and also Franz Boas, who used the cephalic index to show influence of environmental factors. Charles Darwin used craniometry in the study of skeletons to demonstrate the theory of evolution first expressed on the origin of species. So we're going to go down a little bit here. Here it is here. These terms were used by George, we're just going to call him George, 1854, 1936, one of the founders of the pseudoscientific theories in the area and theoreticians. This is where you're getting this line of thinking from. And here's the book here, who in the Aryan in his social role divided humanity in various hierarchical different races spanning from the iron white race, dolichocephalic, to the brachycephalic, mediocre and inert race, best represented by the population of France, Spain, Italy, all of Asia, and most of the Slavic countries. All right, so let's go now here on the craniometry and anthropology. It says here, let's go to Peter Camper. 6 years later, Peter Camper, distinguished both as an artist and as an anatomist, published some lectures containing an account of his craniometrical methods. These laid the foundations of all subsequent work. Peter Camper invented the facial angle, a measure meant to determine intelligence among various species. According to his technique, a facial angle was formed by drawing two lines, one horizontal from the nostril to the ear, and other perpendicularly from the advancing part of the upper jawbone to the most prominent part of the forehead. Camper claimed that antique statues presented an angle of 90 degrees, Europeans 80 degrees, black people of 70 degrees, of orangutan and 58 degrees. Thus, a hierarchic view of mankind based on the decadent conception of history. So that's what they were using this for. This was white supremacy. That's how they was using it. It was saying, well, this shows that the angle of the skull shows as being superior and more evolved than black people. And black people are more close to orangutans. That's what the talking point was. This was the whole point of trying to section people off using craniometry or craniometrics, right? Watch this. Let's skip down here. Craniometry also played a role in the foundation of the United States and the ideologies of racism that will become ingrained in the American psyche. This is what your boy's using. This is what he's invoking as proof in his video, Black Germany. And but no, don't call them racist. We not business. But you're using racist terminology. You're invoking racist terms, right? You're using these things, but you don't want to be called out for it. As John Jeffries articulates in The Collision of Culture and the Anglo-Saxon Hegemony present in America during the 18th and 19th century, helped establish the American School of Craniometry, which helped establish the American Western concept of race. As Jeffrey points out, the rigid establishment of race in the 18th century American society came from a new school of sciences which sought to distance Anglo-Saxons from the African-American population. It came from a new school of sciences which sought to distance Anglo-Saxons from the African-American population. Now, if anybody want to debate me, argue with me all day that these Black Hebrew Israelites, all they did was flip this racist shit, they flipped it. That's all they did. They flipped it. They reverse engineered it. That's all you did. You took these racist concepts and flipped it and tried to mold it into this Black Hebrew Israelite ideology. That's all you did. The distancing of African-American population in American society through craniometry helped greatly in the efforts to scientifically prove they were inferior. The ideology set forth by this new American school of thought were then used to justify maintaining an enslaved population to sustain an increasing number of slave plantations in the American South during the 18th and 19th centuries. You're getting this shit from the antebellum South, like I've been said. Hibachi. Back to this fucking video, man. Stop playing.
of the Brews of Spain and Portugal telling us which tribe they belong to. So with that being said, let's take a look at the following reference, which reads, "The Western Jews pretend, moreover, that some of the most considerable families of the tribes of Judah and Benjamin went and settled in Sephard or Spain." Hallelujah. All right, fam. So we can see here that the Brews believe that they were from the tribe of Judah and Benjamin, which we refer to as the house of Judah or the children of Judah. All right. And also, let's just read a little bit more of this reference. And it says, "And that it is among them that the royal line is best preserved, on which account they have looked upon the rest of their nation with a singular contempt." We're just going to end it right here, fam. The main thing, fam, from this reference, you can see that the Brews of Spain and Portugal believed that they were from the house of Judah, which was Judah, Benjamin, and also Levi, which is not mentioned in this reference. But also, fam, that because they believed that they were from the royal lineage, unfortunately, it caused them to treat their brothers a certain type of way. Right? A few of these references talk about the Brews of Spain and Portugal looking down upon their brothers, and that's not a good thing, fam. That's not a good thing. But let's go on to the next reference, fam. The next reference reads, for this one, we're going to start on the right-hand side, and it says, "At a conference held in Aragon, which is in Spain, before the anti-pope in 1414, this number was also given by the Jews. Abarbanel afterwards gave the same number, but divided it into 40,000 families of Judah, 10,000 of Benjamin, and the priests." Hallelujah. All right, fam. So you can see in this particular reference, when they're talking about the Brews of Spain and Portugal, they're especially Abarbanel breaks them up into the tribes, the specific tribes that they were from, that they believe that they were from the tribe of Judah, Benjamin, and the priests, aka the house of Judah. All right, fam. And then let's go on to our third reference. And for this one, we're going to also start on the right-hand side, a little bit before the highlighted part where it says, "King Alonso, whence we may learn, if we can believe it, that a king of Spain who had assisted Nebuchadnezzar in reducing Jerusalem brought an enormous population into Spain, all from either the family of David or at least from the tribe of Judah, and that the royal family resided first in Seville, then in Granada." Just so that you know, fam, Granada was one of the places that we so-called African Americans have a DNA match to. And it's a specific place in Granada. It's a place where the Jews presided. Hallelujah. All right. So that's just to show you that not only did the Brews of Spain and Portugal believe that they were from the tribe of Judah, but we also match the areas where these Brews lived in Granada. Hallelujah. All right. And the reason, family, that they knew who they were was because they had their own genealogy. And what I'm going to show you on the screen, family, is just one of the genealogies that the Yaya Negroes have. So there's a particular family of the Brews of Spain and Portugal called the Yayas, right? And they're the ones that eventually changed their names to Negroes. The reason why the Negroes were so known in Spain and Portugal was because they were the tax collectors. They were the governors. They were the leaders of the synagogue. The Brews of Spain and Portugal knew about the Negroes because they played an important part in the governing of the Brews in Spain and Portugal. And with that being said, fam, what you see on the screen is one of the genealogies of the Yaya Negroes. And if you take a look at this genealogy, it goes back all the way back to King David, right? You'll see the name David located near the top, and then Salomo, his son, near the top on the left. But the takeaway here, family, is that the reason why the Brews of Spain and Portugal knew that they were from the tribe of Judah, knew that they were descended from King David, was
the Brews of Spain and Portugal did not look like these pictures right here. Most likely, they would look more like the counterparts there. They would not. Definitely, majority of them would not look like this, man. But he keeps trying to inundate this video with these.
His son near the top on the left. But the takeaway here, family, is that the reason why the Brews of Spain,
these will be Sephardic Jews, correct? All of them would not look like this, man. Stop playing. Now, the ones that went down and mixed with their West African brothers, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, then they would have had children that look like this. We just read a whole book about this in Peter Mark. And I'm about to pull that book and start crushing you guys' hearts and stomping on your BHI fantasies. But it's just it's the truth. We got more in the building. What's going on, brother? Okay, he might not be available to come to the mic.
Yeah, peace and blessings, fam. What's good with you, fam? I saw you going in. I wanted to throw out some stuff on the dosicolophallic stuff when you were done.
No, go ahead and bring it out now. Why you want to wait? These people are hungry, man.
I was getting some stuff lined up, but I got one.
Okay,
yeah. No, I got one I can show right quick though. So I wanted to add on to what you were talking about in terms of like the racist origins of certain things and understandings and stuff, right? But I also want to touch on the fact that so there's this misnomer that BENAYAH Israel puts out that dolichocephalic equals Negro, and nothing could be further from the truth. And so real quick, I just wanted to show something. And I'll drop this link in the chat in a second because I wasn't quite prepared, but hold on. So there is this literature that y'all can take a look at called The Hierarchy of European Races, etc., which is very in line with what Yeshua was talking about, etc. But real quick, I'm just going to go through a certain part of it. It says, before considering the statistical data and the laws which follow therefrom, it may be well for the benefit of the reader, not versed in anthropological technicalities, to offer some brief preliminary explanations. Please pay attention to this. Europe is populated mainly by 3 racial groups and by types in which 2 or even 3 of the racial strains blend, but which may nevertheless be regarded usually as belonging to a preeminent degree to some one of the 3 primary races. These 3 races are designated by the terms Homo europaeus, referred to as the dolichocephalic blonde, and sometimes loosely as the Aryan race. One more time. So there's dolichocephalic Europeans, and you know who they classify as the dolichocephalic Europeans? And again, the blonde is sometimes loosely as the Aryan race, fam. Shout out to Black Germany.
Oh man! So you mean tell me that was attributed to white blonde people?
Not the Aryans, fam. The Aryan white blonde people. You know, like the master race that Hitler was trying to get popping off. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Yep.
Those are your dolichocephalic brothers. All I'm saying, bro. Like so again, dolichocephalic does not equal Negro unless Negro also means blonde, Aryan, Homo europaeus and whatnot. So yeah.
Yep. You guys are peddling a white supremacist view of the world, as predicted. Oh, real quick, I want to share something too. Let me pull my little source up here. Pull my source up here real quick. No one's saying that we're not black Jews or dark Jews of the dark skin variety. No one's saying that. But sit up here and act like every Sephardic Jew will look like the image that you see on the screen is fallacious. Right? It's disingenuous. But you gotta keep it a buck, man. Be honest.
Or that the concept of like the majority of the DNA is going to be E1B1A when that's not what shows up in any of the digs, fam. The digs show that like your man said, like Yeshua said, the majority of the DNA you're going to find amongst the Moors, etc., and the Jews, etc., is going to be E1B1B and J, fam. It just is what it is. E1B1A is a minority, period. It's there, but it's a minority. You can't pass it off like it's the majority, fam. Stop playing.
Nah, brother, it's the majority. They was all over Europe. They were all over Europe. They was there, man. The white men that lied to you. So we gotta look at these cranials. We gotta examine these cranials to see who was black or not. But using that method has been debunked over 100 years. But we got black Hebrew Israelites trying to bring it back to life, trying to Frankenstein the racism.
See, look at this here. It says there's proof a lot of Ashkenazi ancestors were Negro. That's lightweight. What your boy's saying? Like, so if Germany's black from the 1200s to the 1500s or whatnot, or Europe's black from 1200s, like, just understand, like, the Ashkenazi Jews are black then too, right? It's black Ashkenaz the whole time.
Right.
So,
and then no one's trying to say that there were no black Jews. No Jews.
facts.
No one's saying that. But he's trying to say all of them are black. You see the problem? Y'all don't see the problem on that? Now watch it. I'm gonna show you guys a source, man. I'm gonna show you guys this. So I know it's gonna hurt your feelings and hurt your hurt your fantasy here that you're having about ancient Europe or medieval Europe, not even that ancient, right? So I'm gonna go to this book here, Peter Marks, The Forgotten Diaspora, page 57, and there's a quote here. And it's a report. I believe it's a report to the Inquisition. It says here, in this port, Joal, which is in West Africa, there are many white men, all of the Hebrew nation. There are many white men, all of the Hebrew nation. I'm gonna read it again. There are many white men, all of the Hebrew nation. So where are you getting all this? Everybody that's a European. I mean, everybody that's a Sephardic Jew is definitely black and look like this man on the string. Stop it. Everybody that's a Sephardic Jew look like Michael B. Jordan. No, that's not true. And again, this is an anonymous Portuguese account of 1612 reported that French, English, and Flemish ships were visiting all northern Senegambia. Right? This is an account. Okay? And in this account of 1612, because according to BENAYAH, he said, I don't use anything after 1850. Well, this is before 1850. This is 1612. It states there are many white men, all of the Hebrew nation in the west coast of Africa. Come on now. Come on now. Y'all got to stop it, man. Get off the gas. Get off the gas. You know, the bath sauce is doing wonders right now. He says, bro, his own source says there were more than black Jews in Spain and Portugal. As a matter of fact, oh, my bad. Matter of fact, his source also says no other Jews were blacks except the Portuguese Jews in Spain and Portugal. The rest were white. I think he tries to slick. He does a little sleight of hand. We'll watch it. We'll get to that point. Because he says something about the Jews of Italy replaced the black Jews of Germany. Some crazy, stupid shit like that.
Portugal knew that they were from the tribe of Judah, knew that they were descended from King David, was because they had their own genealogy. Like, unlike us.
Wait a minute, Lance. Wait a minute. Let me put some common sense in it. Didn't you just hear me read a source from 1612? What do you mean contemporaneous? That was contemporaneous. That was during that time when they were setting up trade colonies in the west coast of Africa.
Hey, we can't deal with Lance and BENAYAH in the same episode. That's way too much pseudo for one. You know what I'm saying? The pseudo meter's off the charts right now. It's code red on the pseudo right now, bro.
Oh man, I'm just gonna leave Lance with it. Lance, did you just hear me read a source from 1612? That's contemporaneous, brother. Stop it.
Descendants of the transatlantic slave trade, they didn't have their history taken away from them like we did. But they had their genealogy, just like the genealogy you can find in the scriptures. Like if you go to the book of Matthew, chapter 1, verse 1, we can even see the genealogy of Hamashiach, of the Messiah. And it reads, the book of the generation of Hamashiach, or Yahusha, the son of David, the son of Abraham. Abraham begat Isaac. Isaac begat Jacob, which is Israel. And Jacob begat Judah and his brethren. Hallelujah. So we can see that even in the scriptures, we can find genealogies of the Messiah going back to Judah. Hallelujah. We can even find a genealogy in the book of Luke, chapter 3, verse 23. That's Luke chapter 3, verse 23, where it says, and Yahusha himself began to be about 30 years of age, being as he was supposed the son of Joseph, and was the son of Heli, which was the son of Mathat, which was the son of Levi, which was the son of Malachi, which was the son of Janna, which was the son of Joseph. And we skip all the way down to verse 33. It says, which was the son of, and forgive me, I'm gonna mess up some of these names, fam. But it says, which was the son of Aminadab, which was the son of Aram, which was the son of.
LeBron, you're absolutely correct. White didn't always determine skin color. We understand that. Peter Mark points that out. We know the Soninke white. It was a status as well. But in that instance, that was talking about their skin tone, because they were coming from Portugal. And it was white like a lot of other people from Portugal. Right? We understand that, man.
Asram, which was the son of Phares, which was the son of Judah. Hallelujah. Which was the son of Jacob, which was the son of Isaac. So again, you can see the genealogy in the scriptures point to and identify the tribe of Judah. Hallelujah. All right, fam. So I just want to show you that the Brews in Spain and Portugal knew who they were because they had their genealogies, just like the genealogies that we can find in the scripture. And also, fam, the reason why that's important is because in the scriptures, there are certain prophecies that have to do with just the tribe of Judah, or just the house of Judah specifically. And let me show you what I'm talking about, fam. So if you go to the book of Luke, chapter 21, and we're just going to go here just to take a look at some of the prophecies that have to do with the house of Judah, right? With the tribe of Judah that we have to fulfill. Okay. So in Luke chapter 21, let's start at verse 21. And it reads, then let them which are in Judea flee to the mountains. Now, Judea, if you don't know, fam, is where the house of Judah lives. So Israel was divided into two nations, right? There was the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom, what I call the north side and the south side. The south side was called Judea, right? And that's where the house of Judah lived. That's where the tribe of Judah, the tribe of Benjamin, and the tribe of Levi lived in Judea. So let's read about what the Messiah has to say about the people that's living in Judea. We know that it's the Messiah because these words are written in red, right? But let's read it. It says, fam, verse 21, it says, then let them which are in Judea flee to the mountains, and let them which are in the midst of it depart out, and let not them that are in the countries enter thereinto. For these be the days of vengeance, that all things which are written may be fulfilled. So there's a prophecy, fam, that has to be fulfilled that he's talking about. We'll read that here in a moment. It says, verse 23, but woe unto them that are with child, and to them that give suck in those days. For there shall be great distress in the land, and wrath upon this people. Who are the this people? Them which are in Judea, right? And let's go down to verse 24. It reads, and they shall fall by the edge of the sword, and shall be led away captive into all nations. Have we not been led away captive into all nations, fam? And it reads, and Jerusalem shall be trodden down of the Gentiles until the times of the Gentiles be fulfilled. All right. So let's take a look at one of the prophecies that deal specifically with the house or tribe of Judah. And for that, let's go over to Joel chapter 3, and we'll start at verse 1. It's Joel chapter 3, verse 1. And it reads, for behold, in those days and in that time, when I shall bring again the captivity of Judah and Jerusalem, I will gather all nations and will bring them down in the valley of Jehoshaphat.
Yo, how in the hell does people go to, because I used to do this in IUIC, we're taught to go to Joel 2. Why do we use Joel as a scripture explaining like transatlantic slave trade? It has nothing to do with it. If you read it, just read the nation that's in question. Tyre and Zidon, or Tyre and Zidon. I had a grammar police hit me up one time. It's not Tyre, it's Tyre. Tyre and Zidon. And then the Greeks are involved. What does that have to do with what he's talking about? I don't know how it does not mesh well with this idea that this is discussing the transatlantic slave trade. This is complete idiocy, man. But I got another source here touching on the skin color of the Jews, right? So there was a conversation during Tacky's rebellion in Jamaica, if you're familiar with that. And one of the revolters one of the black Jamaicans there had a conversation with a Jewish militiaman, and he revealed something in that conversation. So we're gonna see this because you guys are gonna white is metaphorical, right? White is always metaphorical, but black always means black to y'all. So let's go. Let's share this source real quick so we can read it to you. The primary purpose of this channel is to educate. So we're trying to educate you guys. So I'm gonna stop this, and then I'm gonna go here. All right. So this is The Jews in Caribbean by Jane S. Gerber, and we're on page 242. It says the most explicit expression was offered by Edward Long, author of the 3-volume History of Jamaica, published in 1774, whose data and presuppositions still underpin many discussions of Jamaican history. Long included a speech that he located in the aftermath of Tacky's Rebellion, a major slave revolt by the African-born, Akan-speaking Coromantee that swept across much of the island in 1760. A Jewish militiaman is guarding one of the captured rebel leaders. In the depths of the night, the prisoner tries to persuade his guard to allow his escape, arguing, "You Jews in our nation," meaning Coromantes, "ought to consider ourselves as one people. You differ from the rest of whites. You differ from the rest of whites." So what is he saying? This Jewish militiaman during this rebellion was going on would have been white. But he said, you're different than the rest of these white people. Are you going to try to make that metaphorical? You're going to try to make that esoteric? No, he's saying because of his skin tone. It says, you differ from the rest of whites and they hate you. Surely then it's best for us to join in one common interest, drive them out of the country and hold possession of it to ourselves. We will have it a fair division of the estates, and we will make sugar and rum and bring them to the market. As for the sellers, you see, they do not oppose us. They care not who's in possession of the country, black or white. It is the same of them. It's the same to them that after we are become masters of it, you need not fear, but they will come cap in hand to us, as they now do to the whites, and to trade with us, and be glad to take our goods in payment. So that's how he described this Jew, most likely a Sephardic Jew. He described them as white. He said, but you're not the same as the rest of the whites. That's a historical source. That's contemporaneous, brother. All right, so back to the video. Back to the video.
Jehoshaphat, and will plead with them there for my people and for my heritage Israel, whom they have scattered among the nations and parted my land. And they have cast lots for my people. This should sound familiar, fam. And have given a boy for a harlot and sold a girl for wine that they might drink. Yea, and what have you to do with me, O Tyre and Zidon, and all the coast of Palestine? Will you render me a recompense? And if you recompense me, swiftly and speedily will I return your recompense upon your own head. Because you have taken my silver and my gold and have carried into your temples my goodly pleasant things. Verse 6, the children of Judah. See it, fam? It says, the children also of Judah and the children of Jerusalem have you sold unto the Grecians. We're going to talk about those Grecians, most I will, in this presentation, because they are a certain people, family. The children of, who got sold to the Grecians, family? The children of Judah. The children also of Judah and the children of Jerusalem have you sold to the Grecians, that you might remove them far from their border. All right, fam. So we can see the children of Judah got sold to the Grecians. So the takeaway here, fam, is that the Brews of Spain and Portugal knew exactly who they were. And not only that, fam, they had a specific prophecy that they had to fulfill as the children or the house of Judah in Spain and Portugal. Now, let's use these buses for an example. And let's imagine in this hypothetical example that Israelites of different tribes living in different places around the world took one of these buses to the west coast of Africa. And not only did they come from different places, but they arrived there at different times. There were brews that arrived in West Africa that came directly from Egypt, didn't even go over to the Promised Land. There are brews that came over on a bus that came directly from Jerusalem before the Messiah was even born, right? There were brews that came on a bus over to West Africa, the proverbial bus, right, fam? Just keeping it real. But came over on the proverbial bus over to the west coast of Africa from Spain and Portugal, right? And not only that, fam, it wasn't just one bus that came from Spain and Portugal, right? Some buses came at different times. Right? There was a bus that came in 1492. There was one that came in 1496 or later. Some that came in the 1500s. But the point is, fam, is that in the west coast of Africa, you have multiple tribes who got there at different times, who believe different things, fam. Because just think about it, fam. If you have a bus of brews that arrived on the west coast of Africa, and they came directly from Egypt, their practices are going to be different from those that actually went to Mount Sinai and received the commandments from the Most High at Mount Sinai, because they weren't even there, right? So that's one thing you have to understand, fam. So when we're talking about our history on the west coast of Africa, we have to make sure we're talking about the right bus. Are there brews from Dan in West Africa? Absolutely. Are there brews from Benjamin in West Africa? Absolutely. Are there brews from Ephraim in West Africa? The Imo Korean? Absolutely. But we have to make sure that we're talking about the right bus, right? We're talking about specifically the brews that came from Spain and Portugal that are of the tribe of Judah. And the reason why we know specifically that we came from those brews and that those were the brews that got onto the transatlantic slave ships has to do with the laws, and it has to do with the Rencados who were running the transatlantic slave trade.
Y'all hear this shit? Do y'all hear this shit? So
in West Africa,
out of all the other West Africans, we only descend from these Sephardic Jews. According to him, the tribe of Judah. We only come from them. How do you even know how the slave trade works? How do you even come to that conclusion? This is the idiocy of this damn video, bro. Lamar, you want to say something on that?
No, I just want to say shout out to Alonzo. I can hear him screaming like, "It's Lanzados! It's Lanzados!" That's all.
It's Lanzados. Now, man, it's just silly here. So we all came from this little small band of Sephardic Jews that were expelled into West Africa and other places. We didn't come from nowhere else. We didn't come from the Igbo, Yoruba, the Unlo tribes, the Dahomey. We didn't come from none of those people, right? The Bihogos, we didn't come from them. We came from this little small band of expelled Sephardic Jews.
And that's why, so you have to understand how this even plays into BENAYAH's pew claims in terms of there being solotreo on the pews and whatnot, right? In Savannah, Georgia, in the First African Baptist Church. So BENAYAH goes out and makes the claim that basically there were no Muslims that came across in the slave trade, that it was illegal for Muslims to come to the Americas in the slave trade or whatnot, and that there wouldn't have been anybody who spoke Arabic that came off the slave ship or whatnot, right? So again, so BENAYAH has this alternative history to where Negroes come from Babylon to Spain to West Africa after getting kicked out from Spain, and then to the Americas. There is no other routes through Africa that get us that get the Negro to the Americas and whatnot. And again, he has a map denoting such that he showed in an interview with me on Debate Talk for You.
We gotta teach the basics, man. We gotta teach the basics here. Where did these African slaves come? All right, so let me just go here. This is BBC.com. Genetic impact of African slave trade revealed in DNA study, published July 24, 2020. It says here, a study has shed new light on the fate of millions of Africans who were traded as slaves to the Americas between the 16th and 19th century. More than 50,000 people took part in the study, which was able to identify more details of the genetic impact the trade has had on present-day populations in the Americas, the consequence of rape, maltreatment, disease, and racism. More than 12.5 million Africans were traded between 1515 and the mid 19th century. So slavery doesn't start 1619, Benayah. Some 2 million of enslaved men, women, and children died en route to the Americas. The DNA study was led by consumer genetics company 23andMe, included 30,000 people of African ancestry on both sides of the Atlantic. The findings were published on the American Journal of Human Genetics. Stephen Micheletti, a population geneticist. Oh, hold on, it's not big enough. Let me do this. Stephen Micheletti, a population geneticist at 23andMe, told AFP news agency that the aim was to compare the genetic results with the manifests to see how they agreed and how they disagreed. While much of their findings agree with the historical documentation about where people were taken from in Africa and where they were in the Americas, in some cases we see that they disagree quite strikingly, he added. Study found in line with the major slave route that most Americans of African descent have in territories now located in Angola and the Democratic Republic of Congo. What was surprising was the overrepresentation of Nigerian ancestry in U.S. and Latin America when compared with the recorded number of enslaved people from that region. Researchers say this can be explained by the intercolonial trade that occurred primarily between 1619 and 1807. So basically, what will happen is you'll have slaves come from the west coast of Africa, all over here. You see all these countries we're coming from, all over the Congo, all over from Nigeria, all the way down to Cameroon and the Congo. And they would go to the Caribbean, and then they would be retransported from the Caribbean to Americas, to South America, Central America, so on and so forth, North America. And that's what they're talking about here when it's an intercolonial trade. It says they believe enslaved Nigerians were transported from the British Caribbean to other areas, presumably to maintain a slave economy as transatlantic slave trading was increasingly prohibited. Now, in this video that we're watching, he claims that we're not close to the Nigerians. We're not close to the Yoruba or the Igbo. We're not close to them. But that was the primary source of slaves, as we're reading here. Likewise, the researchers were surprised to find an underrepresentation of Senegal and the Gambia, one of the first regions where slaves were deported. Researchers put this down to the two grim factors. Many were sent to work in rice plantations where malaria and other dangerous conditions were rampant. In latter years, large numbers of children were sent, many of whom did not survive the crossing.
Hey, real quick, not to cut you, but them last two little sentences he read are extremely important to understanding all of Benayah's claims about the Gullah Geechee, because the Gullah Geechee, the first wave that came were from the Senegambia. Again, Senegal and Gambia. And again, based upon the fact that it was the rice coast because they could grow rice and whatnot, etc. Right? And again, these people were Muslim, had Christian backgrounds, all kind of stuff, right? That they try to rewrite the history on and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? These people all gotta be Sephardic Jews from Spain and Portugal and whatnot that came over. And that's not the case, fam. That's not how it worked.
Facts. As you can see, we go up. All those countries in red are the primary places where they were getting slaves from. It was not one central area, like he's going to say the kingdom of Wida or kingdom of Judah is where they were coming from. No, they were coming from all over the coast. That's why it was called the slave coast, right? It says here, in another gruesome discovery, the study found that the treatment of enslaved women across the Americas had an impact on the modern gene pool. Researchers said a strong bias toward African female contributions in the gene pool, even though the majority of slaves were male, could be attributed to the rape of enslaved African women by slave owners and other sexual exploitation. In Latin America, up to 17 African women for every African man contributed to the gene pool. Researchers put this down in part of a policy of branqueamiento, racial whitening in a number of countries, which actively encouraged the immigration of European men with the intention to dilute African ancestry through reproduction. And I brought this out in a video prior. If this never happened, this immigration never happened, this country, the Americas, period, will be more African than European. But like as you can see, 17-1. So a lot of these men that are going around that have the phenotype of African Americans, and especially in South America and Central America, are actually European. They're actually European on their male side. Although the bias in British colonized America was just 2 African women to 1 African man. It was no less exploitative. The study highlighted the practice of coercing enslaved people to having children as means of maintaining enslaved workforce nearing the abolition of the transatlantic trade. In the U.S., women were often promised freedom in return for reproducing, and racist policies opposed the mixing of different races. When I brought that out the other day, y'all guys were like, "Oh, that's not that is racist. That's anti-miscegenation. That does not even come from Africa. That comes from the antebellum South." That's where you get to the anti-miscegenation laws. So if you're teaching that, you yourself are a racist, right? Don't care about the Black Lives Matter, blah, blah, blah. The point is they were not just getting slaves from just one damn group known as the Sephardic Jews. That is a bold-faced lie. All right? So let's go from there. Let's go back to this fairy tale video.
Just to talk about this real quick, fam, there's this thing called the Manuelian Ordinances. The Manuelian Ordinance were the laws that governed the transatlantic slave trade from the Portuguese perspective. Remember, the Portuguese were the ones that were running it. They were the ones that were sending the Lancados inland to work with the African chiefs to get the people. And now the Lancados were operating by the Manuelian laws. Manuelian laws were authorizing the Brews to be taken captive. If you have a chance, fam, check out the...
That is so idiotic because the Lancados, shout out to Abu, the Lancados were the slave catchers, slave masters. And they, guess what they were? Jews. Many of them were Jews. Many of them were Sephardic Jews, which flies in the face of what he's saying here.
Nah, you saying that because you ain't seen BENAYAH's map. You ain't learned from BENAYAH's map, bro. What you talking about? Hold on. Let me show his map right quick for 2 seconds. We'll go right back to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, this blew my ever-loving mind when I saw this. So again, he showed this on Debate Talk for You. Again, this is January 20. We're going a year. We're going 2 years ago right now. Almost to the day. Almost to the day.
Information that I'm going to touch on here is in the first 2 videos that's out there. I believe it's the first 2 videos is called they be Hebrews, right? And it's 1 and 2. So you can think of this as 3. So I'm just going to do just a quick review of what was presented in the first 2 videos. I'm going to do it very quickly.
Oh my God. What the hell? So they leave Judah and go down to Limba, and then they go across, I guess, North Africa into Spain. Am I reading that correctly? And then some go down to Negro land, I see here. And then he's got, I guess, ship routes taking them from Spain into the west coast of Africa. Talk about goofy, man. That's some goofy shit right there, bro. That is some goofy shit. And y'all won't even put his feet to the fire because you're so enthralled and encapsulated by his message.
Yep. So your boys, he says, like, so from the Babylonian captivity, we got to Spain. And from Spain, we got to West Africa. And from West Africa, we got to the Americas. And again, you got the limit going from Israel down to Yemen, down to Southeast Africa. But there is no migrations from Central Africa, through Central Africa, through the Sahel. There is no migrations from Egypt. None of the stuff that historically takes place in the annals of West Africa at all, right? None of that stuff, right? It's all, again, it goes from Babylon to Spain and Portugal to West Africa to the Americas.
All right, man. This is getting bad, bro. Let me I want to share this real quick. So this is Peter Mark's book, great book. We read the book in its entirety on the channel. Chapter 4, The Blade Weapons Trade in 17th Century West Africa. page 120, the Forgotten Diaspora. It says, recently discovered archival sources of the Lisbon Inquisition document the production of blade weapons by Lisbon-based artisans working with traders who contracted for the swords. Many of these contractors were new Christians. Who are the new Christians? Sephardic Jews, right? During a 30-year period from 1590 to 1618, the weapons were transported to the rivers of Guinea, where they were traded to African elites. So we're going to see what they were trading these weapons for. What these Jews were trading these weapons for. After 1608, the Jewish merchants who had settled on the Petite Côte became important players in the coastal commerce. In West Africa, the weapons were exchanged for slaves and other goods. The weapons were exchanged for slaves and other goods. So Jews were buying slaves. They were trading these blades for slaves. So that flies in the face what this guy just said. He's basically saying, no. It was the Jews that were being targeted and sold as slaves. That don't make no damn sense, man. Make it make sense, brother. And you can't. Anyway, let's go back. Let's go back to this video.
Hold on, the boo said, did BENAYAH check that map of the tail twins? They might object that the starting point was a tad too far north.
Yeah, Israel is supposed to be in sub-Saharan Africa. Exactly, Safiq. What I just read kills his logic. It make no damn sense. All right, let's go back to this Pixar Disney animation we're watching.
The King David II presentation, which talks about these Lemcados, which talks about the Manuelian laws. This is one of the primary reasons why we know that the transatlantic slave trade wasn't random, it was targeted, and that the tribe of Judah was primarily the ones that were taken onto the slave ships, or the house of Judah was primarily the ones that were taken onto the transatlantic slave ships. Why was the tribe of Judah taken onto the transatlantic slave ships? Because they had a prophecy that they had to fulfill. Hallelujah. Not only that, fam, but if you have taken a DNA test and have uploaded your results to My True Ancestry or GEDmatch, the answer of who you are is listed in your DNA results. For example, if you go to GEDmatch and go to the MDLP World 22 calculator and look at your single population results, if you have Limba as your closest genetic match, you are from Judah, or you are from the house of Judah. Or if you go to mytrueancestry.com and go to the results on the analysis,
how do you substantiate that?
Select.
How do you substantiate? Like, how do you even make that leap in logic? That if Limba is your closest match on GEDmatch and MDLP World, that you're Judah. How do you even? What logic do you use to make that claim? What evidence do you use to make that claim? Because it's none of the stuff you just showed. But on top of that, like literally, fam, the calculator part that you're looking at, in that part where it says your Limba, that's not it, bruh. That's not even your haplogroups that it's talking about right there. It's literally dealing with the profile based on the alleles right there. And a generic profile at that. And the reason why you catch Limba is because in the Limba profile, it has a high admixture of European DNA. So African Americans have a high admixture of European DNA in comparison to most Africans. Hence, most people that hit MDLP World, they're going to connect to Limba first. That are African American. But that, again, that has nothing to do with haplogroups. Nothing to do with haplogroups. How do you make that claim, fam?
Easy. He just says it. He just has to say it. That's all that matters. It doesn't mean it has. You don't have to back it up. The veracity of the claim don't mean anything. It's just he has to say it on his video, right? And that's all he needs to do. But you're absolutely correct, man. They're going off these calculators and stuff like that. And also, Limba are Bantus, so you're gonna have a lot of alleles match up because they're Bantus. They've been mixing with Bantus. But the crazy part is they do got, thank you, they got J markers. So what makes them the real Jews, and what makes the Israelis, the Ashkenazi, the fake ones? If they got the same haplogroup, they share the same male ancestry. How do you determine which one's fake and false? You're using skin color. That's why right in the title.
And BENAYAH, oh, my fault, go, you got it.
Right in the title, BENAYAH is a racist. Go ahead, brother.
No, yeah, and BENAYAH comes right out that Ron Dalton camp. Like, so he comes out the Hebrew Nation building crew, like, that was helping Ron Dalton make his movies and documentaries and whatnot, right? So Ron Dalton makes the same argument, right? Oh, if you're black and you're Jay, you're Israel, but if you're white and Jay, you're not. Like, come on, fam. This is why we say you're racist. Because you have racist ideology. And on top of that, again, like literally the person who came up with the term dolichocephalic, Maji, was a Swedish dude talking about the Germanic people were on the top of the European hierarchy with dolichocephalic long skulls and whatnot. And he literally believed because the diversity of the skull shapes were so different that all human, like that we all each had different origins. Like Europeans had different origins and Africans had different origins and Asians and whatnot. Bruh, straight. Y'all got to get your science straight. Y'all got to get your history straight. Y'all got to get your theology straight, fam. Y'all making us look crazy out here. But you know what though? At least it look good, bro. The production value's on point.
Oh shit! I'm trying. What part of I'm gonna share mine. I might not share mine, but what part did he go on to try to prove that this crazy ass theory he got? He went to the haplogroup. I know he goes to the haplogroup globe. But what part did he go into? Let me play the video. Hold on.
Yeah, go and play that joint.
Modern populations to view your closest modern day population matches.
Analysis summary.
And if your top genetic population match is Limba, then you are of the tribe of Judah. Or
y'all see this? So if your top population match is Limba, you are the tribe of Judah.
Now the Limba talking about they Levites and whatnot. So he's even remixing the Limba doctrine.
Oh my God. So analysis summary. Let me go to mine. And then go to modern populations updated. Yeah, I got Limba at 12.38. But look at the next one. Bantu 13.95. Bantu Southwest. It's clearly pulling there because of the Bantu element that they have. Mandinka, Bayaka, Pygmy, Sub-Saharan, and Yoruba.
How can you be Limba in Judah when you're Limba and you're an Edomite, bro?
Yeah, I cluster between those people. They got admixtures. There's a new tab says admixtures. I'm 76.9% Sub-Saharan. North. Oh, I'm not sharing this shit. Look. Mostly Sub-Saharan, 3% North African, 3% West Mediterranean, 0.4% Baltic, 4.8% Atlantic, and 5.5% North Sea. But we go up here, this is what he clicked, modern populations updated. And it says Limba has a genetic distance of 12.38 and then Bantu 13.95. So it's because of that Bantu element they have. So clearly I would cluster with them autosomally.
Yeah, and for those who aren't aware, like Sumatra Ancestry is using open source information based or open source programming based or that comes from the GEDmatch calculators and whatnot. So they're basically just using the GEDmatch calculators and refiguring it just a little bit. And it's the same calculator basically.
Yeah. So I cluster somewhere in the middle between Bantu, Limba, Bayaka, Pygmies, and whatever group that is there. So I'm going to do what they never do. I'm going to click this little info button here. And it says, what does these numbers mean? Genetic distance measures how close you are to given modern population. Many modern populations are surprisingly close to another, which is often due to true common ancestry. So their Limba is close to Bantu. Why? Because they share those Bantu autosomes. 5 means you are close to this population. 10 means you could fit into this population. 15 means a related population. So I'm between 15 and 10. Not necessarily super duper close. Why? Because I'm African American. I've been over here probably 200-300 years. My ancestors been over here, right? 10 and 15. 10 means you could fit into this population. Not that you are a limba, but you could. The number is 12.38. It's above 10. It's between 10 and 15. So if you just click the info tab, it explains itself. Go ahead, brother.
No, you got you. I did the same thing. So I got one of the first video. I got actually the first video of the Israelite community on my tree ancestry, right? I was the first one to put the videos up, right? I did the same thing you just did there, right? But they're gonna say, no, bro, you're reading it wrong. What it says is, if you're limba, you're the tribe of Judah.
Oh, hell no. Hey, Benayah, this is for you, man.
They done left me in here with this retarded son of a bitch. He ain't got no name tag on or nothing.
That's you, bro. That's
Sit
you.
your ass down. Sit your ass down.
But it tells you right here, you could fit in this population. And what's pulling me there, I could tell you because number 2, number 3, number 4 are all Bantu because I have Bantu related autosomes. Shout out to the Bantus, by the way. And my shit all the way on enlightenment. So don't tell me, oh, I ain't got the right version. I'm level 8. I'm on enlightenment. So don't try to bullshit us, man. Anyway, let's go back here. Let's go back to the Pixar Disney production here.
The house of Judah. Why is that? Well, the Limba know exactly where and when they came from in Israel. They know that they were exiled into Babylon by King Nebuchadnezzar, who took the house of Judah into exile in roughly 587 to 589 BC. Babylon took the southern kingdom into captivity during that time, not the northern kingdom. That's a historical fact. Also, the book of Nehemiah and Ezra lists the families who returned from the Babylonian captivity. And the Limba's forefather of Sinna is literally listed in the Bible. Not only that, the Limba know that they descend from the southern kingdom Brews who refused to divorce their wives, their strange wives, when they returned back to Jerusalem. The Bible explicitly tells us what tribes these men were from. Let's go to the book of Ezra, chapter 10, and we're going to read down to verse 9, but let's start at verse 1 to get some context. And it reads, Now when Ezra had prayed and when he had confessed, weeping and casting himself down before the house of Yah, there assembled unto him out of Israel a very great congregation of men and women and children, for the people wept very sore. And Sheshaniah, the son of Jehiel, one of the sons of Elam, answered and said unto Ezra, We have trespassed against our Yah, and have taken strange wives of the people of the land. Yet now there is hope in Israel concerning this thing. Let's drop down to verse 9 to see where these men are from, what tribes these men are from. And it reads, verse 9, Then all the men of Judah, and Benjamin gathered themselves together unto Jerusalem within 3 days. Well, there you go, fam. The men of Judah and the men of Benjamin. Now, where did we see the tribes of Judah and Benjamin, fam? That would be the Brews of Spain and Portugal. And let's just reread this reference that we read at the beginning of this session. And it reads, The Western Jews pretend, moreover, that some of the most considerable families of the tribes of Judah and Benjamin went and settled in Sephard or Spain. So again, we're seeing the tribes of Judah and Benjamin. Let's just reread one more reference to drive the point home. And we're going to read on the right side, and it reads, At a conference held in Aragon, this is in Spain, before the anti-pope in 1414, this number was also given by the Jews. Abarbanel afterwards gave the same number, but divided it into 40,000 families of Judah and 10,000 families of Benjamin and the priests. So, of course, fam, you can see that Judah was the largest family in Spain. Hallelujah. All right, fam. So your closest DNA matches the Limba, who are from the house of Judah, and it matches the Brews in Spain, who also state that they are from the house of Judah. You got it, fam? This is DNA fact. This is why you are not Dan. This is why you are not Gad, and why you are.
Benayah, that's not DNA fact. One thing he forgot to do was show how you were related to these Spanish Jews. You just said it. You just made the claim. You did not prove that we're related indefinitely, definitely to these Sephardic Jews. You didn't show that at all. What's this? What's this?
I'm about to so I talk about this, but I rarely show this. So you just heard how your man Benayah was talking about like the Limba and Ezra 10 and all that type of stuff, you know what I'm saying? And they know where they come from and all that kind of stuff, right? Well, the Limba talk about they come from the people being separated in Ezra 10 when Ezra was kicking people out or whatnot for being the descendants of foreign wives, etc. whatnot, right? So I want to get this clear because like people don't understand like how sloppy and how crossed up the doctrine is that these people talk about, right? So Benayah's talking about how we're Limba and all them kind of things there. You're even gonna see your man's the good Dr. Kelly talk about how we're Limba and we're Bantu Jews and we're Igbo and all that type of stuff, right? But this is what your man had to say about the Limba and about how Ezra treated the people in Ezra 10 and whatnot. So on the one hand, we are Limba, and on the other hand, you're gonna hear people saying stuff like this.
That's why his canal is a man-made canal to try to separate it, bring separation to it. All right, so we're going to answer this question. I want to start off by going to Ezra chapter 10, verse 1 through 4. I want to give some scriptures here. Now, when Ezra had prayed, and when he had confessed, weeping and casting himself down before the house of Elohim, there assembled Quabat or Quabatizah unto him out of Israel a very great congregation. And here the Hebrew word is Quahal. All right, so a great congregation, a great Quahal of men and women and children, for the people wept very sore. And Shechaniah, the son of Jehiel, one of the sons of Elam, answered and said unto Ezra, we have trespassed against our Elohim and have taken strange wives of the people of the land. Yet now there is hope in Israel concerning this thing. Verse 3, now therefore let us make a covenant with our Elohim to put away all the wives and such as are born of them, according to the counsel of my Lord Adonijah, and of those that tremble at the commandment of our Elohim, and let it be done according to the law. Verse 4, arise, for this matter belongeth unto thee. We also will be with thee. Be of good courage and do it. So each Israelite was ordered to divorce his unbelieving wife according to the law. Let me say that again. Each Israelite was ordered to divorce his unbelieving wife according to the law, because they were marrying foreign or strange, what the scripture says, or what it transliterates to, strange wives, strange women. What that means is foreign. And guess what? They held on to their belief system. And what was happening is that the men began to convert over to their belief system. We're going to deal with this some more. I'm going to give you the proper clarity, the criteria of what the scripture tells us on when we're dealing with marriage. I'm going to go further in this. I'm not just going to leave you hanging on this. Let's go further. All right. The Israelite offenders were guilty of intentionally disregarding Yahweh's edict for selecting appropriate wives. Let me say that again. The Israelite offenders were guilty of intentionally disregarding Yahweh's edict for selecting appropriate wives. So let's go to Numbers chapter 12, verse 1. Let's deal with this. All right. The Hebrew definition of Ethiopian women. Let's see what it says here. All right. Ethiopian women, right? Now you'll see it says, who shith.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop it right there. But like, so going back to what your man was saying, Abu said, noting BENAYAH's own haplogroup doctrine are most Lemba even Israelites, and when you match it up with what your man was saying, what the good doctor was saying, no, the Lemba aren't even Israelites because they were the children of foreign women, so they can't be considered Israel or whatnot. And so in his doctrine, Ezra was commanded, like it was right for Ezra to get rid of those people and separate those people or whatnot, and those would have been the Lemba. And so no matter how you slice it, for we woke now the Lemba and Israelites, or from BENAYAH's on breakdown, they're most likely not Israelites. And so it's crazy because these are the same people who be sitting down and trying to raise dough off the Lemba or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? It's sad and sickening when you get into it, fam.
Yeah, so they basically erase the Lemba from the equation. You can't use the Lemba no more.
Nope.
Oh man, this shit hilarious. This is hilarious, man.
Definitely not Ephraim. Let's keep it real, fam. The narrative that so-called black people are from Ephraim is purely an Ashkenazi Jew narrative. Whenever Ashkenazi Jews induct so-called black Jews or black people into their fold, they almost always refer to them as the Northern Kingdom. They assign them to the tribes of Dan and Gad.
So but you are coming, it's timely. So let me make sure I understand what you're saying. Mm-hmm. You are saying that the Igbo people have lost their identity
contact with their God, with their maker, with their origin.
Okay. How do we know? We were this week, Abraham, we were in the place called Ibugad, Obugad, mm-hmm. The place, the palace of God. Yes. So some things there. How do we know? If you are to tell me succinctly, how do we know? Do you believe that you are ancestors from the tribe of God?
Of course, we believe that we are ancestors of the tribe of God. Let me make it more clearer. Just like you rightly said before, that even after the dispersion of the children of Israel, that the 10 tribes, that there were other tribes that deflated to Judah.
That's right.
And that is to say,
a portion,
is a mixture of other tribes.
That's right.
Good. Now, when you come to this very part of the world where the Igbos do exist, yes, we are called the tribe of God because the first person to enter here among all the tribes is God Himself. But we have other tribes scattered all over the place. We have the tribe of Judah. We have the tribe of Judah. We have the tribe of Judah. We have so many tribes of Dan and Levi in this very place.
Right.
Now, so, but the all put together, like we have already said most of the time. That inside.
I don't know why he playing this clip because it flies in the face of what he's going to say later. He's pretty much going to say that we're not even connected to these people here. We're not connected to Igbos and Yoruba. We're just connected to Lemba. I don't even know why you played this clip, to be honest. It's kind of contradicting, right?
Every Jew is the 12th tribe.
Absolutely.
So we are made up of all the tribe of Israel here in Nigeria.
I understand that, yeah. But there's some uniqueness here that we cannot ignore with the tribe of God. But there's some uniqueness here that we cannot ignore with the tribe of God. But there's some uniqueness here that we cannot ignore with the tribe of God.
The tribe of Gad family, really? Come on now. Are you from the tribe of Gad? Are you from the tribe of Dan or the house of Ephraim? Did you know, fam, that many so-called Negroes today have Spanish and Portuguese Jew surnames? and don't even know it? In fact, they're called by the Spanish and Portuguese Jew surname Negro and don't even know why. When they run their DNA reports, they have Spanish and Portuguese Jews who themselves say they are from the house of Judah show up in their DNA family match list.
And I guarantee you, them people ain't black. If you match them people are not dark skinned like y'all. And another thing is, what DNA, what haplogroup do they have? They never show those things. Show the haplogroup of the person that's making these matches, or show his family line or something. You just go straight to what you want to show right here, hone in on it on your cherry picking to try to paint this damn narrative that isn't true.
And don't even know why. Let's keep it 100, fam. Did you know that the Igbo and the Yoruba are not your closest DNA match in Africa?
Did you hear that? The Igbo and Yoruba are not your close DNA match in Africa. And he's going off of this deep dive result, where your closest genetic modern population. And you're going to say, oh, it's the Limba, right? But where did we get our did we get our slaves, or did the slaves come from the area, what is it, South Africa, Southeast Africa, where the Limba were? Or did they come from the West Coast? Did they come from mainly Nigeria, as we read earlier in the article before, where the Igbo and the Yoruba reside? This is the stupidity that this dude is doing, man.
Okay. The people in Africa who your DNA matches the closest to is not the Igbo, it's not the Yoruba, it's the Limba, who are from the house of Judah. Now, I'm referring to your genetic distance value. And your genetic distance value will tell you if someone is your closest family or if someone is your distant relative. So
Look right here, and he's not showing the values for some damn reason, but 5 means you are close to this population. I guarantee you don't get no damn 5. It's impossible. We're African Americans. You're going to get above 10 and 15, just as y'all seen on mine. 10 means you could fit into this population. 15 means a related population. And I guarantee you, Yoruba and all that fall between that same damn parameter.
Per your genetic distance value, the Limba are your closest relative. So remember, family, it was Judah who was scattered to the 4 corners of the earth per the scriptures. So therefore, we should not be surprised that we, who were scattered to the 4 corners of the earth, closely match a people in Africa who say they are from the house of Judah. In fact, the places in Africa where your DNA has the highest concentration are the places where the Portuguese Jews settled, who say they are from the house of Judah. You got to catch this, fam. Your DNA also has the highest concentration in a place literally called the Kingdom of Judah. That's a place in Africa, fam, where your DNA...
Notice he not even showing any proof that your DNA only goes here. Again, as we showed earlier, it's all over this coast there, the slave coast. It's in Ghana. It's in Guinea. It's in Nigeria. It's in Cameroon. It's in the Congo. It's not just in this little place that he's calling Judah, Kingdom of Judah.
It has one of the highest concentrations. The place called the Kingdom of Judah. The place also called the Slave Coast, a place where transatlantic slaves were taken from. As the following reference reads, and it reads that John III, King of Portugal, sent a colony there above 200 years before, whom though the unwholesome air destroyed, yet the place was not left desolate, for he sent new inhabitants who first settled Guinea, next Angola, and lastly on the island of St. Thomas, that so they might be better used to the air, that the said king sold all those Jews for slaves that refused to embrace.
We're going to kill this real quick. Let's find out what the Sephardic haplogroup is, and then let's show what the most descendants of slaves haplogroup. So we're going to go here. Let's go to Sephardic. Cape Verde paper. The DNA of Cape Verde. Why DNA in Cape Verde? That's a great paper right there. Y chromosome lineages in Cabo Verde. All right. Let's see if majority of African Americans are going to match what we see here. All right. So this is Y chromosome lineages in the Cabo Verde Islands witnessed the diverse geographic origins of the first male settlers. The Y chromosome haplogroup composition of the population of Cabo Verde archipelago was profiled by using 32 single nucleotide polymorphism markers and compared with the potential source population from Iberia, West Africa, and the Middle East. According to the traditional view, the major proportion of the founding population of Cabo Verde was of West African ancestry, with the addition of a minor fraction of male colonizers from Europe. Unexpectedly, more than half of the paternal lineages, 53.5% of the Cape Verdeans clustered in haplogroup I, J, K, and R1. These are European male lineages here, which are characteristics of populations of Europe and the Middle East, while being absent in the probable West African source population of Guinea-Bissau. Moreover, a high frequency of J lineages in Cabo Verdeans relates them more closely to the populations of the Middle East and probably provides the first genetic evidence of the legacy of the Jews. So these Sephardic Jews would have had J, right? In addition to the considerable proportion, 20.5% of E1B1B lineages indicates a possible gene flow from the Middle East or Northeast Africa, which at least partly could be ascribed to the Sephardic Jews. You have E and J here representing this Jewish haplogroup here. These Cape Verdeans, they would have did this. And then about 15% is E1B1A. All right, so what is the primary haplogroup for African American males? Let's get that. Majority of Y-DNA, African Americans. Let's see what we can cook up here. Imprint of the Slave Trade by Brucato. Accept all cookies. All right, so let's go down here. Share this one and then Control F. That's hard search E1B1A. Let's see. Reticulation. Let's see if I can find it right here. Right here. Here it is. Genetic diversity of the Y chromosome. It says here the genetic diversity shows high levels similar to that found in other African American groups and sub-Saharan populations. All haplotypes were used using the latest NRY phylogeny. 90% belong to the African haplogroup E1B1, with no 88% subdivision of E1B1A, which is most frequent in West Africa. So this is for this one portion here. Let's see, where is this at? What are we dealing with? French Guiana, right? Let's see if we can find one for North America. Charting ancestry. Let me find one for North America. So that's French Guiana. You can see a high proportion of E1B1A, not E1B1B.
And while he's looking for that family, just to be clear, what BENAYAH says is when he looks up these same studies, is that when you see the E1B1A family, that's y'all. That's y'all coming from Spain and Portugal and whatnot. And that's not what the studies are saying. The studies are saying, no, that you see the E1B1B, not the E1B1A, but the E1B1B coming in heavy. Like, oh, that might be the people coming from Spain and Portugal. The J, oh, that might be them. Or them European haplogroups, that might be them. But again, this is where we're falling into that same issue to where Pastor Kelly was talking about that the Lanzados and the Mandingos were the same people. No, fam. The Lanzados were selling the Mandingos, fam.
Exactly. Let's see. For the Palin game, 50%. I will find it. I'm gonna let this video play while I get the one on America, because the one I got right there is Pollen case. So let's share the stream. Black Germany.
The Roman religion, and caused their children to be baptized, from whom coming there in great numbers, most of the present inhabitants were descended. And the next reference reads, and it reads, the old writers called it Judah, and its inhabitants were said to be Jews, while the neighboring river Alala, whose real name is Ephra, became the Euphrates. During the flourishing days of the slave trade, from 16 to 18,000 were annually transported from Ajuda, as the Portuguese called this place, which at the time had a population of 35,000. And yes, Ajuda means help, and Ajuda also means Judah. So keep this in mind, family, that the kingdom of Judah was also called Dahomey. Now, whether it's called the kingdom of Judah, the slave coast, or Dahomey, it was known that the tribe of Judah had many settlements in that region, which is why your DNA is found there in one of the highest concentrations in Africa. As the following reference reads, and reads, the eye dwells with delight upon the numerous country villages, like the 115 towns of the tribe of Judah, and upon the thin forest of palms rising from the tapestry of herbage, here waving, they're cut short, which combine to make this spot the Freitas, or paradise of the homeland. You see, fam, the Ashkenazi are quick to switch your name tag because they claim the tribe of Judah for themselves. Even though their skulls are brachiocephalic, and the ancient Judean skulls in the city of Judah in Lachish is dolichocephalic, even though they don't match the depiction of Judah on the Lachish relief in the London Museum, and even though the ancient skulls of Judah were identified and classified as Egypto-Nubian, and they are not. Family, it appears as though someone is attempting to steal your identity again. And with that, fam, let's take a closer look. Okay, fam, let's get into it. So what's this thing about Black Germany? And more importantly, why should you care? Well, if you have taken a DNA test and uploaded your results to mytrueancestry.com, which compares your DNA to ancient DNA extracted from archaeological sites, well, fam, now would be a good time to bring up your My True Ancestry DNA report. And once you've logged on, click on Maps and Globes, then navigate to Germany as seen on the screen. And the first thing you'll notice is that many of you so-called Negroes have DNA matches in Germany, mostly Southern Germany. Now, why in the world would so-called Negro DNA be found in Southern Germany? In the place where the Jews lived. That's right, fam. So let's take a look at a map to see exactly where the Jews of Southern Germany lived. Okay, this is a map of Germany. And notice the region located to the bottom right is called Bavaria. This was one of the locations of the early settlements of Israelites in Germany. And note that Bavaria is divided into Upper and Lower Bavaria. Now, the next place of interest on the map is highlighted in dark brown, called the Palatinate. This is also a location of early Israelite settlements in Germany. So fam, let's keep these Israelite settlements in mind when we review our My True Ancestry DNA results. Israelite settlements in Bavaria and Israelite settlements in the Palatinate. Now, let's read about the Jews of Bavaria to better understand your DNA results. And for that, let's go to the Jewish Virtual Library, which describes the Bavarian Jews. As the following reference reads, and reads, Bavaria, land in southern Germany, including Franconia, Jews are first mentioned there in the Passau toll regulations of 906. Here we go, fam. Check it out. It says, their settlement was apparently connected with the trade routes to Hungary. Let's read that again. It says, their settlement was apparently connected with the trade routes to Hungary. Why is that important? Well, to answer that question, let's go back over to your My True Ancestry page to look at your map of Germany. And when we take a look at your map, we confirm that you indeed have a match in Bavaria, in both lower and upper Bavaria. But just as this reference states, you also have matches in Hungary that you can see over to the right. So over to the right, you should see a cluster of matches in Hungary where the trade routes of the Jews in Bavaria have connections to. So fam, you literally have DNA to prove that you match that reference 100%. But wait, fam, we haven't finished the sentence. Let's go back to our reference. Let's read our sentence again. It says, their settlement, this is referring to the Jews of Bavaria, it says, their settlement was apparently connected with the trade routes to Hungary. And we just confirmed that we have DNA connections in Hungary. But the next one, it says, Southern Russia. Southern Russia? Well, let's go back over to our My True Ancestry DNA report, and let's zoom out a little bit, and let's go over to Russia.
This part is
if you notice, in Russia, most of you don't.
This part is dumb as fuck, bro. I apologize. I couldn't find a quick reference for y'all at E1B1A, but it's like 60% of African American males are some sort of clade of E1B1A. But I just couldn't.
Yeah, I put a source in the chat a while ago that said 65%. So if y'all
got it, where's that?
Oh man,
where's it? You put it in the chat?
Yeah, hold on. I'll find the link real quick because I don't have it up anymore. But it was a link that says 65% E1B1A.
Yeah, man. So I knew the number. I couldn't find an exact article for it that dealt with African Americans in general. I found one dealing with pollen cave, which is in Central America, and French Guinea, and found another one too. But anyway, this part right here, I just couldn't let this roll past, man. Look what he's doing, bro. So I'm gonna show my true ancestry, and I'm gonna go to the haplogroup globe, but I'm gonna click the I button, right? I'm gonna click the I button.
Please.
And, show y'all what the hell you're looking at, because he's not gonna do that, right? So
there we go. Yeah, I'll copy paste that in the chat.
Legacy tree, okay. All right. So let me go to my true ancestry, because he's basically saying these red dots prove that his ancestors were there. And these were all Jews. Is that what these red dots are showing you? The migration of Jews?
And on top of that, he's using himself as the microcosm and saying like he represents the entirety of African Americans. Like that's not how this works, fam. Trust me, my stuff looks mad different than Yeshua, looks mad different than Benayah's, and all the way like it's. And if we put in the tail twins, it looked mad. We already saw what theirs looked like, right? They had all kind of hits in ancient Europe and whatnot around Khazari and whatnot. You feel me?
So let's read the haplogroup globe. What is this? Let's click this I here. The ancestral globe allows you to visually see all the ancient samples. These are ancient samples which match your DNA. This includes samples matches shown in red or blue, which match the same genetic signatures as your own DNA, evidencing common ancestral roots, and deep dive matches in yellow, which share actual DNA segments, evidencing direct common ancestry between you and the sample. So red dots don't mean you directly have a connection. Okay, there's some common ancestral root there, but it's not a direct one. The yellow ones do, right? The number of samples visible depends on your access level. Zeus users level 5 and above are able to configure the number of samples which appear using sliders. Thank God I'm in enlightenment, so I'm level 8. Upgrading your account enables you to unlock information about the samples which are not available to your current access level. So that's what you're seeing here. All you saw was red dots. These are not your direct descendants. You see these? These are yellow dots. I have some kind of link to these people directly, which makes sense because you see an E1, B1A there, L3 there. Those are yellow dots. I'm seeing it here in Africa. I'm not seeing the yellow dots in Russia. What are you talking about? He said, oh, it's not in northern Russia. Why would any of this be in northern Russia? How many people live there? It's probably so damn frigid. You don't even get populations living up here. Not no dense populations, right? Of course, you would see it around here, around the habitable parts of Russia. So, of course, you're going to get 1,000 red dots over here, right? They not, bro, it's a sleight of hand shit they keep doing with y'all, bro. They play y'all as fools. Look at why DNA in. All right, is this your ancestor? No. Why DNA in? Let's see, what's this one far over here? Haplogroup C. What does that have to do with African Americans? Haplogroup Q. These guys are hitting y'all with the sleight of hand, bro. Oh, look at these red dots. You know, my people, that means this is showing you the Jewish migrations. No, it's not. These are random people that died in the past. That's what this is. mtDNA T1. This is mainland China, I believe. Here, look. They don't have the DNA of that one. I got one over here. This is the migration of Jews too, BENAYAH. The Jews migrate over here. They migrate back. Like, explain to me. You lying to these people, bro. You lying, and you know that this damn map is not showing no Jewish migration, bro. Stop it.
This nigga was clearly lying.
All right, what about this one here? This is Jewish migration too, haplogroup D. Shout out to Yap in Malaysia. All right, so let me go up here, bro. According to him, this is a map of Jewish migration because wherever the red dots are, that means your ancestors were there. Right? Now, these people are bullshitting y'all. Y'all ate it up. As E1B1B Yap in the building. It's over here in Turkey. I got a match.
You know why they ate it up though, fam? Because again, like a large portion of their parishioners, let's say, are racist at the core, and so they got to look for an excuse how to make the Europeans still Black African Israelite. Because a lot of these, if they're taking DNA tests to find out, like most of the African Americans, they got a decent chunk of European DNA. Well, how do I still make that and decent enough to make it to where, like, you know what I'm saying? Your haplogroups, like, yeah, like some people are gonna be G2A, some people are gonna be R, some people are gonna be I. You know what I'm saying? And so they got to justify. And again, it's crazy because typically, like, the racist ones are these European haplogroups and whatnot. And so they got to justify some way, shape, or form. Like, well, how do I make this European DNA still blackity black? Well, you go see BENAYAH for that. You know what I'm saying?
All right. So now, you know, you can set this map up. Let me zoom out here. You can set this map up to. I think I messed my whole damn map up, man. You can set it up to do one haplogroup. So okay, let's do haplogroup E. These are the people that we share common male ancestry with. So he just got it on haplogroup. He's got the haplogroup set on all. So you're seeing everybody. They need to fix this the way you navigate this damn globe. It's so clunky. It's all right. There we go. All right. So now these are all haplogroup E matches that I have. All right. What's this over here? E1, B1, B. I don't know where this is at. T and Shan. E1, B1, B here. That was found there. And then you have E1, B1, B in Egypt. You have an E1, B1, B in Hungary. And then you have E1, B1, B in Grenada. And then what is this one here? E1, B1, B. And then the Canary Islands, E1, B1, B. And then here in the Congo, we got E1, B1A. It's a modern era, 1750 right there, E1, B1A. You know, Is this the tribe of Judah? No, it's come from the Congo, right? You said they had to come from the kingdom of Judah to be Judah, bro. That made no damn sense. Anyway, and then the yellow ones I got direct matches with, right? This one's E1B1B. What's this? E1B1B L4, E1B1A, which is a Deloraine farmer in East Africa. Don't let these people fool you. And then we can go to the slaves over here. There's slaves over here, E1B1A1, right? That's an enslaved laborer at the Cattleston Iron Working Furnace, Antebellum, Maryland. See if I can make this globe cooperate with me. Come on. No. Go the other way. Right here. Boom. So the slaves are almost totally E1B1A. You do have R1B slaves as well, showing admixture, right? But I got to set the Y-DNA-E. That's how you properly use this damn thing. These people are telling you that this means this shows you Jewish migration. This has nothing to do with no damn Jewish migration. Stop the bullshit.
This nigga was clearly lying.
All right, back to the video.
Have matches in northern Russia, but you have a bunch of matches, you guessed it, in southern Russia, just as described by the Jewish Virtual Library family. You are matching this reference 110%. But wait, fam, we have one more location to match on this reference. Let's go back over to the Jewish Virtual Library and let's finish out our sentence. And it says, their settlement was apparently connected with the trade routes to Hungary, southern Russia, and it says, and northeastern Germany. So you guessed it, fam. Let's go back over to our My True Ancestry report. Let's pull up our map of Germany again, and let's take a look. And you'll notice that you have a match in northeastern Germany. Northeastern Germany. You see, fam, you are the people. You match this reference 110%. Now, fam.
No, you do not. That is not how that works. We just read My True Ancestry. The red ones, you have some kind of common ancestral tie. And again, it can be through autosomal DNA. And then the yellow ones are the ones your deep dive connection. Those are the ones you might have direct, ties with. And he's showing you a bunch of damn red dots. Again, sleight of the hand, bro. Sleight of the hand shit. This is all this is. This is goofy. This is not education. This is not scholarship. Oh, look at these red dots. All these red dots mean Jewish migration. There equals Jewish migration. The tribe of Judah migrated here. Stop it.
Finish out this reference by dropping down to the second paragraph, and it reads, in 1442, the Jews were again expelled from Upper Bavaria. Now, just pause here for a second, fam. Now, notice that 1442, this was around the time that the Brews of Spain and Portugal were being persecuted as well, fam. But you can see that this persecution in Germany happened before they were expelled in Spain. So keep that in mind. All right, let's go back to our reference. And it says, in 1442, the Jews were again expelled from Upper Bavaria. Shortly afterwards, in 1450, the Jews in Lower Bavaria were flung into prison until they paid the Duke a ransom of 32,000 crowns and were then driven from the duchy. As a result of agitation by the Franciscan John, they were expelled from Franconia. In 1479, they were expelled from Passau. In 1499, from Nuremberg. 1519, from Regensburg. The few remaining thereafter in the Duchy of Bavaria were expelled in 1551. Subsequently, Jewish settlement in Bavaria ceased until toward the end of the 17th century.
So now we're at the 40-minute marker of this video, and he's trying to say that these people who are black Jews in Germany, black Jews in Germany. Here's an issue with that, right? I got an issue with it. You know, there's a paper on the Jews of Erfurt, Germany. Oh, no. Those are Northern Jews. Don't go to those people. They white, you know. No, we actually have the remains of Jews that lived around that time. You know, and we got their haplogroups and everything. in Erfurt. You don't have that. You just out here just, spinning doctrines, pontificating. That's all you have. And then we have the phenotypic analysis of these Jews, how they would have looked. And none of the descriptions describe an Africoid person. None of them. Right? None of those descriptions. So what we're going to do is give you this source here. This is the science source right here, science.org. And then we're going to go to the paper on sale. Let me see if I can get that one. And we're going to read the phenotypic analysis of what these people look like. And it's going to crush your little heart because you got this idea that everybody's an African, everybody's dark skinned, everybody has to look this certain way to be considered a Jew. So you racialize everything. And this guy even introduced craniometry, which is craniometrics, which is another method that these old antebellum South racists would use to demarcate and delimit people's ancestry. And you're using the same damn thing, right? So let me go to this article here. That's the science one. I want the one in sale. Then I want to go to every article. Oh, there it is, sale. Thank you. I say they're taking me everywhere except the direct source. Within this paper, it talks about the phenotypic analysis. Let me get there. Let me see if I can hard search. Here it is. Finally, we assess the variance with selected non-medical or polygenic phenotypes, variance for lactase persistence, eye and hair pigmentation, imputatively plagiarists had similar allele frequency between early Eastern AJ and Middle Eastern AJ. Okay, so see if I can get that section. Go straight to it. And of course not, because I'm live. So let me let this play while I find this, y'all.
When a small community was formed in Sobach by refugees from Vienna. In other words, there were replacement Jews that came from Italy and started settling in Germany.
Here you go. Oh, the replacement Jews are the white ones. The real ones are the black ones, as you can see on the screen.
Okay, fam, you might want to put that seatbelt on. It gets a little bumpy from here. You see, the road we're taking is unpaved road. So let's begin. So for our journey, to understand where we're going, you have to understand where we've been. We showed how so-called Negro DNA perfectly matched the history of the Jews in Bavaria, Germany, showing related DNA matches in Hungary, southern Russia, and northeast Germany. Now, before we discuss the history of the Jews in northeast Germany, let's take a brief look at the people living in southern Germany, in the territory of the Jews called the Palatinate. Did they look like the modern-day white Jews of Germany today, or were they black? As the following reference reads, and it reads, differing originally in language, though even the oldest of the present generation know nothing of the German tongue, spoken or written, as well as in race and religion from the natives among whom they were planted. These Palatines still cling together like the members of a clan and worship together. It says most of them have a distinctly foreign type of features and are strongly built, swarthy in complexion, dark-haired, and brown-eyed. So you see, fam, most of the Palatine are swarthy in complexion. This is confirmed by Benjamin Franklin in 1751 in a paper titled Observations Concerning the Increase of Mankind. In his paper, Benjamin Franklin voices his support for a white America and a banning of the so-called black people in America. One of the black groups he wanted to ban from America were the swarthy Palatines of southern Germany. As the following reference reads, and since detachments of English from Britain sent to America will have their places at home soon supplied and increased so largely here, why should the Palatine Boers be suffered to swarm into our settlements, and by herding together establish their language and manners to the exclusion of ours? Why should Pennsylvania, founded by the English, become a colony of alien who will shortly be so numerous as to Germanize us instead of our Anglifying them, and will never adopt our language or customs any more than they can acquire our complexion? Which leads me to add one other remark, that the number of purely white people in the world is proportionally small. All Africa is black or tawny. Asia, chiefly tawny. America, exclusive of the newcomers, wholly so. So in other words, family, saying America is tawny, Asia is tawny, and Africa is tawny. Let's keep reading, family. It says, and in Europe, the Spaniards, Italians, French, Russians.
Enough of that bullshit. Now let's go to this paper here. So this paper was the paper done on the German Jews of Erfurt in the 14th century, right? According to him, they should be all black. Oh, no. These are the ones that replaced them that was white. Okay, shut the fuck up. Here's the paper here. I'll put it in the link. As we're going to see here, we're going to see some of these features that these guys had. Then we're going to go to the paper that they found of the Jews in England, right? What do these people look like? Let me see if I can get it here. That's hard search. Here, okay, other phenotypes. They had lactase persistent dominant alleles. They was able to digest sugars and milk. The TLL, they had the blue eye recessive allele. So these people were blue eyed. They had a frequency of 55%, but more than half of them were blue eyed, right? They had red hair recessive alleles as well at about 10%. So you had some of these people that were red haired and blue eyed. Red hair and blue eyed. That sound like an Africoid looking person? No, it does not. Right?
Nah, bro, you tripping. That's saying that they look like Steph Curry and Blake Griffin, bro. What you saying?
Yeah, obviously. So that's the Erfurt, Germany one. So let's go to the one they did. They had a Jewish dig in Norwich, England. Just last year, Norwich, England. Jews. Let's see. Jews DNA.
And keep in mind, he's saying last year, right? Because this is the thing, fam. As time persists, we're finding more and more DNA, more and more digs, and you can't scholastically run from the science no more, fam. You gotta like do the sleight of hand stuff like you're seeing here. Crazy.
Yeah, man. Let me see. 17 people found in a medieval well in England were victims of anti-Semitic massacre. Let's see if I can find it. I want the actual paper. I think it was on sale. Well, within this paper, I brought it out in the prior episode. It gives you the phenotypic analysis of the three individuals they were able to break the DNA down, right? And within those three individuals, you had somebody that was pale skinned, blue eyed, I think it was. And one of them was intermediate skin and did have a chance of being dark skinned. So no one's saying that there was no dark skinned Jews. But some people act like there were no white ones. And if there are white ones, they're automatically fake by virtue of their skin color. It's just fallacious. It's just false. Y'all not being honest. All right, y'all not being honest at all. So when you go to the Norwich, I'm still looking for y'all, the Norwich paper. I'm surprised I don't have to say it on my computer. You can actually see the phenotypic analysis of the genomes they found in that area. And all these damn areas, cell. Okay. I don't want to deal with these damn articles talking about it. I want to go straight to the meat and potatoes. So let me see if I can hard search phenotypic analysis in this paper. Okay, phenotypes and genetic disorders. Methods detail. All right, right here. I think I can go here. I think this is a good one. It says here, let me increase this text so you guys can see. The phenotypes and genetic disorders, it says individuals have sufficient genotype SNPs to pass the threshold for Harris-Plex, pigmentation phenotype inference. 2 individuals were inferred to have had brown eyes, one with dark and one with light hair. With 0 to 3-year-old boy was inferred to have had blue eyes and red hair, just like we saw in the Erfurt, Germany Jewish community, the latter of which is associated with the historical stereotypes of European Jews. So again, does that sound like an Africoid Jew, like these people are trying to paint in this Pixar Disney film that we've been watching? Does this sound like anything he's talking about? Red hair and blue eyes. Okay. Does that sound like what he's been painting in his video? And here's the source here. Let me go to the top. Let me go to the top real quick. This is the source. Genomes from the medieval mass burials show Ashkenazi-associated hereditary diseases predate the 12th century. It's a Cell article, right? Let me see if I can just post the PDF link and give y'all this. All right, we're going to let the rest of this trash video play. But again, I got to say this again to the BHIs watching. White doesn't mean fake, and black doesn't mean fact. All right? Share this tab instead. Let's play this again.
And the Swedes are generally of what we call, listen, a swarthy complexion, as are the Germans also. What? Well, I thought the Germans were white. Well, according to Benjamin Franklin, the Germans were a swarthy complexion. But
again, the Germans are a swarthy complexion, according to Benjamin Franklin. So do we have photographs of Germans during that time? Hold on, let me go. Let's see, photographs. Let's type in photographs of Germans in the 1800s. Let's do that. Photographs of Germans in the 1800s. Let's see if we can find some of these damn black Germans that, you know, obviously your boy was talking about. Your boy Benjamin Franklin was talking about. Well, here's some paintings, 19th century Germans. Oh, that look white. Oh, let's share this tab. Oh, wait a minute. These are swarthy Germans you're talking about here, Benayah? Are these the swarthy Germans? These white people here? Okay. All right. Let's see. What about here? I guess this is a depiction of a German right there to the right. The Phrygian family. Look at these swarthy Germans. They don't look black to me. They don't look black to me. Because swarthy automatically means black. When you call somebody swarthy, automatically means black, right? Oh, here goes some Germans right here. Do they look black to you? Yeah, that's clearly an African American right there, man. That you clearly can't distinguish them, right? Let's see. There's a German imperial soldier in the 1800s. Look, that's obviously an African American. Look at him. Look how dark he is. Y'all gonna stop bullshitting, bro. Y'all gonna stop bullshitting. Like I said, the phones got smarter and the niggas got dumber. All right. Okay, photos from Germany. Oh, here you go. Africans in Germany. Oh, Lord, that's the one he was talking about. The one in the middle right there. That's who Benjamin Franklin was talking about. Obviously, you're not looking hard enough, brother. The Most High haven't opened up your spiritual eyes. You're looking with your carnal eyes. Obviously, these are all dark African peoples. Here's another one. Pinterest. Old German photos. Photos of Germany from the 1900s, I think this is. Those people look very white to me. So white people to me, it look like white people right there, bro. Where Lance at? So we actually got photography to show this, right? So where are you gonna run to next? The white man trying to trick us with photography? Get your goof ass on somewhere.
We'll come back to this, fam. Let's keep reading. It says, the Saxons only accepted who, with the English, make the principal body of white people on the face of the earth? What? Fam, you got to get this. It says, the Saxons only, along with the English, they make up the principal body of the white people on the face of the earth. Now, this is according to Benjamin Franklin. Now, you have to wonder, family, what was Benjamin Franklin talking about when he's implying that the only white people during this time were the English people and the Saxons? That says a lot, fam, because the Saxons were, not only were they in England, they were also in northern Germany. But let's keep reading, fam, because according to Benjamin Franklin, the Germans were smart. All right, let's keep reading. It says, I could wish their numbers were increased. And while we are, as I may recall it, scouring our planet by clearing America of woods and making this side of our globe reflect a brighter light to the eyes of inhabitants in Mars and Venus. Listen, fam, it says, why should we, in the sight of superior beings, darken its people? Why increase the sons of Africa by planting them in America, where we have so fair an opportunity by excluding all blacks and tawnies, of increasing the lovely white and red? But perhaps I am partial to the complexion of my own country, for such kind of partiality is natural to mankind. Now, either Benjamin Franklin was drunk and had too much moonshine, or he's telling a truth that very few people know about today, that only the Saxons and the English made up the principal body of white people on the face of the earth. It's interesting, family, because as I stated before,
so in the 18th century, there were no white people outside of the Saxons and the English. This is how low they will stoop. But we just hating on them, right? We're just jealous. That's why we're bringing this out. Not because the information sucks and misleading. It's not because of that. It's because we're hating on them and we're jealous and want to be just like these guys. You know, he said Italians. Let's get Russian photographs of Russians, or even depictions of Russians. But he said Italians, Russians. They were black, y'all. Even though he uses the word tawny and swarthy, you know. Okay, so let's look at these Russians. And oh yeah, those are definitely Africans there. Oh, look how dark their skin is. Oh, they're very brown. Oh yeah, these are actually depicting African Americans. I can't distinguish an African American between these guys here. Russian immigrants to the USA in the 1800s is the depiction. Oh, look at those swarthy fellows there. Look at that swarthy family, that dark-skinned family. Look at them.
You're looking at this all wrong. You're supposed to be darkening your screen first, bro.
Oh my God, bro. This is insane. Mordovia, Volga, from Volga and Mordovia, 1800s, is a depiction of the people there. They're very swarthy, very dark. Russian American immigration. Oh my God, man. They said, drop the link. I'm at work. I'm working too, bro. I'm working too. I'm putting it at work. Don't put paint where it ain't, goddammit. Man, look at these swarthy Russians, man. They're real dark, man. Look at them. The Moscow Times. Surprising history of the Russian football. Yeah, they very swarthy, bro. Remember, only the English and the Saxons are white, according to him, which makes no goddamn sense at all. Let's go back to this stupid ass video. Everybody embrace this, man.
The Saxons are in North Germany, where the Jews are indeed white. As the following reference reads, it reads, we need go no further than the Jews of southern Spain and compare them with those of Holland and, listen fam, it says, northern Germany, to perceive a very striking difference. The Spanish Jew is always dark.
You see that? Red hair, blue eyes. Red hair, blue eyes. The German community in Erfurt had red hair and blue eyes. The Jewish community in Norwich, England had red hair and blue eyes. But he's just going to try to sweep this. Oh, Northern Germany, that's where the crackers were. That's where the white man was. That's where Esau was, brother. The Nephilim-born children were.
Complexion. And his hair is uniformly black, while the German Jew is often as fair as any German and has light or red hair with blue eyes. Now, we're going to come back to that red hair and blue eyes. So just keep that in the back of your mind, fam. Red hair and blue eyes. That's associated with these Jews in northern Germany. All right, well, let's return back to our reference here, fam. Benjamin Franklin in his paper states he wants to exclude all blacks and tawnies from America. I'm sorry, fam. Did they teach us this in school? Did you know that Benjamin Franklin did not want the so-called black man in America? That he wanted white America? That he didn't want any swarthy Jeremy Palatine? But I thought that all Germans were white. What's Benjamin Franklin talking about? What's this reference referring to swarthy Palatines talking about? Well, fam, this is referring to the fact that at one time, Germany was black. This is supported and confirmed by anthropologists and DNA. When examining ancient remains, anthropologists noted that Germany changed from a dolichocephalic people to a brachiocephalic people. In other words, they saw that the white skulls eventually replaced the black skulls. As the following reference reads, it reads, dolichocephalic. Such skulls are called dolichocephalic and are typical of Australian Aborigines, that's the black Australians, and native Southern Africans. And the next reference reads, and it reads, German anthropologists agree that the average cephalic index of Southern Germany had changed from dolichocephalic to brachiocephalic in the Iron Age. Now note, fam, that anthropologists agree that brachiocephalic replaced dolichocephalic. In addition, DNA analysis have even pinpointed the group who brought white skin and red hair into Europe. It's the DNA of a group of people who invaded Europe from the Caucasus Mountain. As the following reference reads, and it reads, R1 populations spread genes for light skin, blonde hair, and red hair. And it reads, the principal Proto-Germanic branches.
He just killed himself. This didn't happen in the Middle Ages. He gonna say it did. It didn't happen in the Middle Ages. What do you say, bro?
No. I thought you paused. No, finish your point.
No, he's going to later say that this happened like 400 years ago or something like that. About this A1 and R1B people contributing to the fusion of A111T mutation of the SLC245.
So you saying he cutting and splicing timelines and whatnot?
He's cutting and splicing timelines, bro.
Oh no, say it ain't so.
Timelines, man. Anybody can type in your BENAYAH expansion. All right, I want everybody to do this. Just type in Yamnaya expansion, and then you look at the time frame. You tell me it is compatible with this medieval timeline that he's giving you.
Now let me double touch on where my man just double tapped himself like he was John Wick, right? So when he's talking about the brachycephalic and the dolichocephalic concept, again, he said what he said to you, family. He said that we see where light skin and where blonde hair came through, right, from the spreading of R and whatnot, right? Okay, so what did I show you about the dolichocephalic stuff, fam? So when you get into the whole stuff with dolichocephalic and Europeans and whatnot, the blonde tall or the blonde long skulled people, the Germanic people, are the dolichocephalic people of Europe, based upon that whole model or whatnot. Again, it's a whole messed up model to begin with, right? Like she was breaking down and whatnot. But if you're gonna go with that model, guess what he's saying, fam? He doesn't even recognize he's saying that these are dolichocephalic people that are blonde haired, long skulled Germanic people. Anyway.
Wasn't some of the Yamnaya remains that they found had dolichocephalic skulls?
I didn't see you there, OG. That's what's up.
So again, he's like in the timeline thing as well. He's jumping. He deals with a lot. He deals mainly with medieval sources and medieval time frames, but he also jumps all the way back into the Iron Age, from the Bronze to the Iron, straight to the medieval times.
You saying he playing hopscotch with the timeline?
Bro.
Ah, nah.
and he even said Iron Age in that little quote here, but he about to say this happened 600 years ago. Iron Age is 3,000 to 4,000 years ago. Come on, stop it. Stop it, man. Y'all got to cut this shit out, bro. Like, y'all got to cut this shit all the way out. You look at the corded ware and the bell beaker cultures and the time that they expanded. and then they say that they're responsible for the spread of Indo-European. That wasn't 600 years ago. That was about 3,000 years ago. All right? 3,000 to 4,000 years ago is when we start seeing it. I see you, brother. You said device not connected. History and genetics of the Yamnaya culture. Let me see if I go to Wikipedia real quick. And hew this down real quick, man. Funnel beaker. And step-derived people reach these regions. Here we go. I'll just go here real quick. This real quick cut here. Who are the Yamna people genetically? Genetic analysis in Yamna genomes conducted by Alan Tall 2015 and Hawk et al. 2015 revealed the Yamnayas were a blend of three ancestral groups. The dominant element to 55 to 85% was Mesolithic Eastern hunter-gatherer associated with Y haplogroups R1A and R1B. Remember, he brought that up, right? R1A and R1B. Let me blow this up a little bit more so you guys can see that. Then came the Caucasian hunter-gatherer admixture, making up about 15% to 25% of their genomes. This admixture is mainly associated with Y haplogroup J, and indeed, one J sample was found in Mesolithic Russia. It has been confirmed by ancient DNA that J2B was found among Neolithic farmers from the East Transcaucasia, and there's convincing evidence that these J2B farmers crossed the Caucasus to settle in the Volga-Ural region during the early Neolithic. Thirdly, there is an increasing amount of evidence that some R1B tribes crossed from the steppe to the East Transcaucasia. They have returned to the steppe with copper metallurgy during the Kalashnik culture 5,000 to 3,800 BCE, which is ancestral to the Yamna. The third admixture was the Western hunter-gatherer, representing about 6% of the Yamna genomes, although a few samples lacked it entirely. The Western hunter-gatherer admixture derived from Mesolithic Western European descended from late Cro-Magnons and is mainly linked with the Y haplogroup I, and to a lower extent also C1A and C1A2 and F. Yamna DNA samples recovered from the elite Kurgan graves in southern Russia belong overwhelmingly to the haplogroup R1B Z2103. the essentially Eastern branch of Indo-European R1b. The absence of other main R1b subclades is probably due to the dominance of a single royal or aristocratic lineage from the Yamnayan elite buried in Kurgans. Other R1b subclades did show up in Germany and Ireland when steppe people reached those regions between 2500 and 2000 BCE. This is about 4 to 4,500 years ago that R1b was already in Europe. He's claiming that this change happened within modern times, within the Middle Ages. This is what this goof troop is saying in this video.
Right, exactly. He's jumping all the way from the Yamnaya expansion, which was at least 2 millennium prior to 2 millennium BC era time. And he's jumping all the way to 700 BC is when the supposed Khazarians converted to Judaism. Like, how do you do that without following migration patterns and understanding who or what haplogroups these people belong to over 2,000, 3,000 years?
All right, so yeah, you're right, bro. It's just all over the place. We got Adam in the building.
Hey guys.
Hey, what's going on?
Good morning.
Morning.
Shalom, Adam. How you doing, brother?
Blessing, bro.
Doing well, guys. Doing well. Thank you. Yes. Just trying to stay warm here in the frigid north of Canada.
Okay. I didn't know you was that far up.
Yes, sir.
Toronto, Quebec, Montreal.
No, West Coast. West Coast.
Okay.
Yeah, we're still in the AM here. But I'm
BC, you know what I'm saying? I'm over in Washington State.
Hey, right on. We're neighbors. But yeah, no, I'm curious. I don't have any autosomal Anglo-Saxon or North German. And I'm not haplogroup R or E, yet I'm light skinned. Go figure.
Yeah, I think you said you were haplogroup I, right? I think you told us some time ago when we was on Clubhouse. I think you told us you was haplogroup I.
That's right. I'm haplogroup I.
Right.
I'm one of those Cro-Magnums.
Yeah, man, you're not supposed to exist, bro.
Apparently not. It's only because I'm in Canada that I have the light skin, right? It's some sort of recent adaptation. You know, if you go back, I have Palatine German roots, as well as Eastern European roots and Southern Irish roots. And clearly that I must, my great grandparents were all black, and then it's just since moving to Canada in the last 40 years that my people have turned white, I guess, according to this guy.
What happened was that they forgot who they were, and you know what I'm saying, they woke up one day and their skin color changed. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, exactly.
Oh,
exactly.
Man. Your parents are very swarthy.
Yeah, right. Sure. Yeah, the sunburns would say otherwise, but by haplogroup I, you look at I think it's Cheddar Man. He's haplogroup I. 4,000 or 5,000 years ago, dark skin to black. So over a longer period of time, sure, but not medieval.
Not 600 years ago. You sure it wasn't like that 600 years ago?
I mean, I guess I'm wrong. I just and all the science ever.
You wouldn't bet your bottom dollar on that.
Well, it's Canadian dollars, so it's not worth very much.
That is real best.
All right, we got about 6 more minutes, so I'm gonna let this play out, and you guys can give your summation of what we watched.
Of the Indo-European family tree is R1b-S21. And you drop down to the next paragraph and it says, the presence of R1b-S21 in other parts of Europe can be attributed almost exclusively to the Germanic migrations that took place between the 3rd and 10th centuries. Family. This quote gets into the overall history of Germany, which we'll talk about briefly here. So, in general, modern day historians agree that modern day Germans came from somewhere else. In other words, historians agree that many modern day Germans aren't the original Germans. These German invaders are described by Tacitus as red hair and blue-eyed invaders. Remember, we talked about the Jews being red hair and blue eyes. Remember that, fam? These are the people who conquered Rome, took over rulership, and made themselves the kings and queens and became the head of the new Holy Roman Empire. So basically, the Red Dragon came under new management. These dramatic invaders took over Germany, Spain, Portugal, France, and England. Basically, they took over Europe. Now, keep in mind, family, these red-haired, blue-eyed invaders were the same people who expelled the Spanish and Portuguese brews from Spain in 1492. If you look at the pictures,
look at this picture. Those people right there that has an African are Jews, but they ignore that. They ignore that. They'll try to say the person that's getting captured is the Jew, and these two people here have nothing to do with the Jews.
I'll go even a little further back than that, because prior to this, he said that, R1 came in around, what did he say, 1600? What year did he say? So what happened to the Yemeni expansion and all that, that moved around through the Yemeni expansion, millennia ago?
Yeah, he went to the Germanic invasion, 3rd to 10th
As
century.
opposed to, and they're forgetting about the, I wouldn't even say forget. He probably doesn't even know about the Yemeni expansion and these on haplogroup carriers pretty much invading from east to west. It's sort of like the Bantu expansion, the Yemeni expansion, and how they were able to conquer a swath of the Middle East and Europe during their Yemeni expansion. So it's like all of these integral parts of history, he's just jumping over and making it mesh with the BHI standard of how these people came to these different areas.
Well, him using the 3rd and 10th century, which is only for a subclade R1b, but even when he uses that, it's like that's before the time that he allotted. He said Europe was black in the 1300s. But wait a minute, you just showed a source that said the 3rd and 10th century, Germany would have been overran by white people with red hair and blue eyes. Which one is it? So now he's tripping over himself. He's contradicting himself.
He's contradicting, but he's retrofitting everything and not realizing that he's tripping over himself.
Right.
Of the king and queen of Spain, some pictures portray them as red-haired Christian monarchs. These Germans were called the Goths in Spain, the Franks in France and Germany, and the Saxons in England. Different names, same people. Red hair, blue eyes was their mark of distinction, just as the color red was the mark of distinction of the Red Dragon. It's deep, fam. When you talk about the people who placed many of the so-called Negroes on the transatlantic slave ships, you're talking about the red-haired, blue-eyed people. They literally started the transatlantic slave trade. These people who came from the Caucasus Mountains are synonymous with Esau, a people who lived by the sword and conquered the world. The people in the Bible who had a perpetual hatred for his brother Jacob, Israel. In a recent YouTube post, I pointed out that if you look at the pictures of those who have committed the most heinous massacres against the so-called Negro in the United States, you'll find a lot of red-haired, blue-eyed perpetrators. This includes the latest massacre in Buffalo. However, that's a story for another day, fam. The main takeaway here is that these red-haired, blue-eyed people have been persecuting swarthy black folks for a very, very long time. With that said, fam, let's talk about the Holy Roman Empire. Now, the Holy Roman Empire, at its heart, you'll find Germany. Its secular princes ruled from within the Palatinate, the very place where the Jews lived. And when we look at the family crest of the people living in Bavaria and the Palatinate, we find pictures of Black people. So most high willing, we will take a closer look.
Wait a minute. This doesn't make any damn sense. He said Rome, the heart of Rome was in Germany. I thought the heart of Rome was in Italy. Is that not the main branch of Rome? Or is not Rome located in Italy?
No, he's referencing the Holy Roman Empire.
Oh, okay. Okay, I see. I thought that was in Anatolia.
No. That was Charlemagne, and it was primarily modern day Germany.
Oh, okay. So what am I thinking of Anatolia? No, Turkey. Why am I thinking of Turkey?
That would have been the
Constantinople.
Yes. Yeah. The Byzantines.
Look into this in part 2 of Black Germany. So for now, family, we will end part 1. I know that we've covered a lot of information today. However, we needed to lay the foundation for our journey into Black Germany and our eventual journey into the end times, the revealing of Esau, and what to expect in these last days. So Israel, stay blessed, and please like, comment, and share this video. Thank you to those who continue to support this work. So peace, love, and blessings, Israel. Stay blessed, and shalom.
All right, there it is. We're done with the shit show, y'all. Any comments? Anybody want to burn their teeth into this?
Can I just say, like, he made reference to the red hair, blue eyed white people as coming from the Caucasus. We're talking about 85% of Western Europeans and people with light skin pigmentation being haplogroup R1b. It's and about the same percentage in Eastern Europe of R1a. These haplogroups don't even come from the Caucasus; they come from Central Asia. The haplogroup I and J originate in the Caucasus, but haplogroup I, including Cheddar Man, who was dark skinned or black, were in Europe 20 to 40,000 years ago. So it just doesn't make any sense.
The math is not mathing. I got you. Our R1B, that, oh my God. And then I, like I said, Cheddar Man had blue eyes, and he was a Western hunter-gatherer in Europe. It doesn't make any sense. None of it make any sense. He said that the Germanic people came and swept across Europe and Germany between the 3rd and 10th centuries. But then he says that Europe was black in the 1300s. That didn't make any sense. Most of what he said didn't make any sense. It either contradicted something he said earlier or contradicted the source on the page. So it's just weird. And again, how is R1b Esau again when R1b was already in Europe 4,500 years ago? Wouldn't Esau have to emanate from the Middle East? Wouldn't Esau birth be in the Levant? So how are you saying that Esau would be these Yamnaya people or the Yamna people that came in 45 to 4,000 years ago, bringing in metallurgy, when they're nowhere near the Levant? They're already settled in Europe. They're already established in Europe. How would that make them Esau?
And furthermore, they're not quote unquote Caucasoid either, because they're not from the Caucasus either. They're from Central Asia.
Exactly. They're Central Asian. So it's like, how do you come to this conclusion? And you're reading some of these articles and these papers, and then you say, oh, the DNA is proving it and bearing this out. No, it's not. It's contradicting everything you're saying. Everything you have said in this video has been contradicted by something you read or something you said. It's just silly. Yeah, that is racist to call a whole haplogroup or a whole group of people wicked is racist. I know, but they're going to claim that we're wrong for pointing out their racism. We're jealous. We just want to be like BENAYAH. You know, we want his subscriber base. We want his swagger, I guess. And it's not because his information is wrong. It's because we're jealous. We want to be like them. You know. Let me see. Let me see what y'all got in the chat here. Yep. Anthony Brown. Racism does corrupt the mind to see clear for a balanced judgment. It does because again, he's using craniometrics. That is something that was employed in the past by racists to say that Africans were inferior. What I want to do is real quick because Moore brought it up earlier. Because he said dolichocephalic skulls are black. So I want to see what is the most common skull type. Most common skull type of West Africa. I'm just curious. We're going to use his logic against him. Most common skull type of West Africa. Let's see. Diversity among African pygmies, patterns of cephalic indexes in 3 West African populations. Here we go. We got a good one here. Let's read this one, y'all. Let's see what it says. It better say they're all dolichocephalic. Let's see what they got here. Introduction. Less than 75% are, oh wow, dolichocephalic. Most of them are brachycephalic and mesocephalic. So let me share my screen here so you can see what I got here. Share screen, and let's go to this tab here. And here's the source: patterns of cephalic indexes in 3 West African populations. And this was published January 29, 2010. Now, he said that the dolichocephalic skulls and long-headed skulls are the black ones. And it says here, in one of these groups, it did make up almost 75% of females and about 65% of the males. In another group, it was 75 to 80% females, 65 to 75% mesocephalic, medium-headed, and also greater than 80% and greater than 75% brachycephalic, short-headed skulls in the third group. So are these people, because these are all West Africans. So how do you make this swear with what he's saying? How do you swear this? Because he's saying that all black people are dolichocephalic, long-headed. Well, obviously, there's over 80% in this particular group here that are brachycephalic. And then you got another group that's 65 to 75%, 75 to 80% on the female side, mesocephalic. This flies in the face of what he was saying. Right? So let me read some of this. Let's see what we got here. Attempts at explaining homogeneity of African populations have led to a number of studies. Howes 1989, Froment 1992, and Lair 1996 suggested that despite the general opinion that Africans did appear to be homogeneous in certain morphologic characteristics, observed polymorphisms were far from homogeneous, meaning they're not all the same, right? That's why I would debate any one of you Afrocentrics, you BHIs, on that topic. In another study, Herno, 1976, explains that the variations of craniometric characteristics were distinctly different from the previous racial categorizations of Africans. Through skull morphology, population differentiations have been explored previously by 3 main recent studies, showing that not only vault features, but also various facial features are responsible for both intra-regional differences within sub-Saharan Africa. Herno highlighted on intra-populations variability in sub-Saharan Africa. So you can't use this dolichocephalic argument here because West Africans have several different skull shapes. You know, some Anthony Brown says some of that may be true as far as documented DNA goes. I don't think BENAYAH has the correct answer. He doesn't. Let's see. So yeah, that argument falls flat on its face as well. You can't use that argument, brother. And as Moore pointed out, that the dolichocephalic people initially were compared to blonde hair, blue-eyed people, if I remember what he said correctly.
Yeah, blonde, the Aryan race at that. The tall, like the blonde, long skulled Aryan race, the Germanic race. So and again, so like you're talking about, even with the Europeans, they have a diversity amongst the skull types and whatnot. And so the person who made the skull type concept was a Swedish person who put the Germanic peoples on top. With the they were the most advanced, they were the most special group, etc. Whatnot. They were the Aryan race, etc. And they had the dolichocephalic skulls.
Yeah. Yeah. What we read yesterday, he's talking about, Europe has been black for how long? What did he say? About 700 years? Or no, 500 years. Because in the beginning of the video, he said Europe was black 1300 in the 1300s. So let's go back to this article here. How Europeans Evolved White Skin by Ann Gibbons, published April 2nd, 2015. We're going to go straight to the part where it explains how did Europe become white. Let me go there. Go straight to that point there. It says here, when it comes to skin color, the team found a patchwork of evolution in different places and 3 separate genes that produce light skin, telling a complex story for how European skin evolved to be much lighter during the past 8,000 years. The modern humans who came out of Africa to originally settle Europe about 40,000 years are presumed to have dark skin, which is advantageous in southern latitudes. And the new data confirmed that about 8,500 years ago, early hunter-gatherers in Spain, Luxembourg, and Hungary also had darker skin. They lacked versions of 2 genes, SLC2485 and SLC245A2, that led to deep pigmentation and therefore pale-skinned Europeans today. But in the far north, where low light levels would favor pale skin, the team found a different picture in hunter-gatherers. 7 people from the 7,700-year-old Motala archaeological site in southern Sweden had both light skin gene variants SLC245 and SLC45A2. This punches a hole in what BENAYAH was talking about, because in order for BENAYAH's doctrine to be true, there should be no white people here until a certain period, right? Remember, he said Europe will be black until the 1300s, but you already had white people in Europe 7,700 years ago in Sweden. That's a problem. That's a huge problem, right? It says they also had a 3rd gene, the HERK2 and OCA2, which causes blue eyes and may also contribute to light skin and blonde hair. Thus, ancient hunter-gatherers of the far north were already pale and blue-eyed, but those of Central and Southern Europe had darker skin. Then the first farmers from the Near East arrived in Europe. They carried both genes for light skin. As they interbred with indigenous hunter-gatherers, one of their light skin genes swept through Europe. So this is how Europe became wholly, or majority of them being lighter skin or white. So that Central and Southern Europeans also began to have lighter skin. The other gene variant, SLC45A2, was at low levels until about 5,800 years ago, when it swept up to high frequency. So yeah, Europe was, transformed into the population having lighter skin or white skin about 5,800 years ago. That's about 3,800 BCE. So what is BENAYAH talking about saying that Europe was black, wholly black, in the 1300s? There's no evidence for that, man. It's different when saying, okay, some of the rulers may have been black during to the Moorish introgression, but trying to say that all of Europe was black, that's just that's a reach. That's a Michael Jordan at the end of Space Jam reach. Come on, man, y'all got to do better than that. Now I'll put this article in the chat. You guys can grab that and read it yourself. Right? And then they always want to go to depiction. So let's go to a depiction in the middle, in the medieval times. Let's go to William the Conqueror. How was he depicted? How was William the Conqueror depicted in the Middle Ages? Since everybody has to be black during this time, right? Let me see. I want the old. There it is, right there. All right, so let me share this tab. This is William the Conqueror. He's depicted as a white man. Wait, I thought this whole area was inundated with black people. Why am I seeing white depictions? You know what's funny? What you guys claim that, oh, white people have lied about our history and they're distorting history. That's actually what you guys do. You distort history, man. You guys distort history. Right? He's the ruler of the county of Flanders. He was in Normandy. He reigned from 1035 to 1087 in Normandy. You know, I thought it was only black aristocrats during this time. Why do I see white aristocrats ruling? Here's another depiction, contemporaneous depiction here, depicting them as white. It says showing William with his half brothers. William is in the center. Odo is on the left with empty hands, and Robert is on the right with a sword in his hand. And they're described as being white here. They're depicted as being white. Come on, man. Y'all got to stop it, man. Y'all got to stop it. I thought all the aristocrats and the ruling class of Europe, and I thought Europe was wholly black during this time. And y'all like to run to these depictions until it doesn't favor your argument. You know? Oh, they're trying to erase us out of history. No, that's what you're trying to erase them out of history. And you're doing it. White people must be faking, and the black people must be, the real everything, the real Europeans, the real Jews, the real this, the real that. Come on, man, we got to stop it, bro. We got to stop this, man. At some point, we got to pump the brakes and hit a reset in this Black Hebrew Israelite community, and just eliminate all and purge all of the racist arguments that we have. Anti-miscegenation, that's racist, right? Delimiting someone's ancestry solely based on their skin color, that's racist. Saying God is going to judge them because they're white is racist, right? All of that's racist. Oh, no, we're not being racist. Oh, all the white people are going to go into slavery. Why? Because they white. No, even the Israelites don't teach that. Well, how do they identify these people? Oh, Esau is who? The white man. You're identifying groups by their skin color and then casting judgment on that entire group. Anybody who has that complexion is going to be destroyed by the Most High, and the sign that was given to you is their skin color.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
What's going on, Avery? Did you see any of this video or no?
No, because I was busy doing some other stuff. Well, can you give me a synopsis?
I'll give you a brief synopsis.
Because I just got online.
So we just covered the video by BENAYAH called Black Germany. He claims that Europe was black. In the Middle Ages in 1300, it was black, and you don't start seeing white people until later, like 1500. And
Stop it. Get some help.
So all Europe was black And
Pretty
the whites
much,
came into existence in the 1300s AD.
well, he said they invaded. Pretty much, they invaded.
All right, keep going.
It's specifically that the only white people were Anglo-Saxons, like North German, England Anglo-Saxons,
Hey,
that
what's up,
invaded the rest
Adam?
of Europe. How's it going, man? Good to see you or hear you.
He
Shout
says
out to that Darvish doctrine. You know what I'm saying?
he said the Darbyite. We're gonna have to sit down and do a whole Darbyite show.
Yes.
Yeah, but this one they came through with the Darvish doctrine, though. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, the Darvish.
Oh,
yeah. Remember, Darvish is like that's
Shalom, more.
Where do white people come from? That's the $1 million question. They just
This
pop
is
up.
Darvish
here?
They just pop up in the 1700s. Remember, he said.
Is Darvish in the chat? Is he here or is he?
Don't say his name 3 times. He like.
Oh yeah, what you doing? He reached out.
But keep going to Benayah's video. So what else did he say?
All right, so he lays the foundation there, and then he begins to bring in the Jewish migration stuff, right? So he says that the Jews, or as he says, the real Brews, were black, and he lays down the foundation that the Sephardi Jews are black, the Jews of Portugal are black, and he reads a few sources there to try to establish that. Then I go to a source showing that no, they were called white in the reports to the Inquisition in 1612. And I shared another source in Jane S. Gerber showing that the Jamaican African was trying to make a plea deal with a Jewish militiaman. And he said, "You're not like other whites," indicating that Jew was white himself. But anyway, the video goes on after he tries to lay the groundwork from that. Then he tries to make a connection with Germany. How you say that country, city, Palapatine or something like that? Palpatine, something Europe. It's a area of Germany. He said those were black Jews living in that region. And then he goes to My True Ancestry and says, wherever you see red dots on this map, that's the migration of the Jews.
Wait, what?
Bro, if I'm lying, I'm flying and my feet ain't left the ground.
That's not what those. All right, never mind. Keep going.
The red dots mean the Jewish migration because he read in the Jewish Encyclopedia that Jews were in southern Russia and they were in that same region that he brought up in Germany.
I bet you all of them dots are like R markers and J markers and I markers and all that stuff.
Yeah, of course. Of course. And then, but if you read what My True Ancestry says, it says the red dots are not direct connections to your ancestry.
Right.
You know, there is some common ancestry because, of course, we got autosomes. We get autosomes from all over the earth. You know, that's why a lot of you guys will have like 2 or 3%, you know, Southeast Asian. You know, you don't directly descend from Southeast Asian. You get that because somewhere along your line, someone intermixed with them.
Unless you're the Wayne brothers.
Unless you're the Wayne brothers, which directly descend from haplogroup O. You know, so no, he basically sleight of hand, bait and switch tactics throughout the whole video. Oh, these red dots are showing that our ancestors were in southern Russia, therefore we're the Jews. That was his argument.
That's crazy, bro. It's a good thing y'all are covering this because I didn't even know when was this video? When
look, I did last night. It was brought to my attention, I think, by either Moore or because Rue came on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I did it. I've been pounding this table for a year. That's why I'm glad it's finally getting down.
Wait, that video's a year old?
Hold on. I don't know about this. I don't know about this one in particular, but I've been pounding the table about going after Benayah's information for about a year.
Dang. Well, yeah, you have. Yeah, that's a fact. Yeah.
But hold on, let me find out exactly how old this video is.
That's crazy though, because all right. So, is there more?
Yeah. But wait, there's more.
It's 7 months old.
7 months.
There we go.
Okay.
So from there we go from the Germany argument to this jumping through time warp. I don't know. You're probably too young to remember time warp. What is it called? Time splitters.
I don't know what that is.
If anybody used to have the old school GameCube, you probably played a game called Time Splitters, right? And he basically was doing the Time Splitter plot line where he was just like merging the Benayah expansion with the Germanic expansion and then merging that with the medieval wars and holy wars and stuff like that. He was putting all these different time frames and meshing them together. So the Yemnaya is about 4,500, 4,000 years ago. Then the Germanic expansion is 3rd to 10th century Common Era.
Where is he saying Europeans are coming from? Like what part of the world?
Okay, the Caucasus.
Okay.
Well, white ones, the white ones with red hair and blue eyes. But it's funny because I showed the Jewish burials. The Jewish burials had blue eyes and red hair.
Brother, those are the Edomites.
Those are the
You know, Esau became the Idumeans. They became Jews. King Herod.
Hey, so he goes through this period where he explains that blue eyes were introduced by these invaders, which is wrong. Just like Adam brought up that Cheddar Man had blue eyes, and he was there 8,000 years ago.
That's
blue
true.
eyes is older than pale skin. So no, blue eyes was not brought in by Yemnayas. It was already a part of the European populace. So he was wrong about that. So he meshes those periods together to try to see that. Oh, he brought up R1B. R1B is the one who brought these traits into Europe. So this is when you start seeing white people. But he's saying white people don't come until later in the Middle Ages. But Yemnaya have always been in Europe since the Bronze Age.
Basically, what he's doing is he's retrofitting everything to the BHI concept. He's retrofitting everything to the BHI concept. He's not walking through migrations over time. Nothing. He's not doing any of that.
Did he use the specific words Yemnaya as well?
No, he used R1B in Europe. He didn't say Yemnaya.
Okay. But he is saying Europeans though.
He's basically, I think the idea is that somehow R1B, he asserts that R1B comes from the Caucasus, which isn't true. That I guess they went through Europe to specifically northern Germany and England, and then hid in just isolated themselves there until the Middle Ages, and then spread out and took over and displaced the black people of Europe.
And the original black people of Europe would have been what, E1B1A markers or what?
He just says Jews. He's very vague on that.
So all of Europe was Jews.
Black Jews, yes.
But what about the Romans?
That's the impression I get from watching the video. Maybe somebody else got a different impression.
Yeah, but what about the Romans? Because Rome is in Europe. So, and Rome attacked the Jews in 70 AD. So who are the Romans? Are they
black on black crime?
The Romans were black. Okay.
I don't know. It's very convoluted, so it's hard to say what is he actually saying in certain parts.
And then you got, Alexander the Great coming from Albania. Well, not Albania.
This is what he did, brother. This is what he did.
All right, go ahead.
That's what he did, bro.
So he destroyed history, is what you said.
Prepare to split through time. That's what he did, brother. That boy was a professional time splitter today, man.
And so that's all he said. Is there anything else?
You need to stop asking questions, Ebri.
God expects you to do what the Lord wants you to do. Like those of you who realize that the Lord wants you to give generously into his church. Amen. Don't ask no questions. Don't ask how come why come the pastor have to have him a nice house? Why come pastor got to have a nice car? Don't ask. I said don't ask. I said don't ask. No questions. Just give the money. Nigga, get the collection plate right on that side. Nigga, get it around on that side. We're gonna now have a B selection from the choir.
Man, but back to before he was playing Time Splitters 2. That might have been Time Splitters 3 right there, because that's a whole different plot. He's dealing with Naya expansion, the Holy Roman Wars. He dealing with a lot of he merging a lot of stuff together, man. So he was splitting through a lot of errors.
How long Scott's in Time Splitters with that, bro? That's not cool, bro.
Get ready. Be prepared to split through time, brother.
And Ben Franklin's Swathi observations.
Oh, I forgot about that. So, Benjamin Franklin said that the Germans were swarthy. And he also said the Italians, I think he said the Franks and the Russians were all swarthy. So therefore,
that means Romans would be black. Okay.
So here's what I'm trying to figure out, though, right? Like, because when Benjamin Franklin's talking about this, he's actually talking about like a Germanic population in the Americas, right? And so these are people who were coming into the country, right, at the time. So they're swarthy at the I thought they had been taken over by the white people at this juncture. So you're trying to tell me that America had swarthy Germans and black, black slaves from West Africa, whatnot, and they're all the same people, or they're all different people? What's going on? What's going on with this? I need to understand.
At this point, I'm almost willing to just have a member of Yap Gang just sit down and have a debate with Benayah on with Benayah on like time periods of like established time periods of history and like DNA and human migration patterns and stuff.
Do you honestly think Benayah is going to sit down with any one of us for a debate?
I wonder. I mean, we have to
honestly.
I do truly wonder. I truly do. Just know, does he know established history? Does he know migration patterns? And does he like?
No. We established his migration pattern early. His migration pattern was Israelites went from Babylon to Spain to West Africa to the Americas.
I mean, human populations in general. Like, do you know where Proto-Indo-Europeans come from, bro?
Do you know the Muffin Man?
They come from the mixture of Esau and the Horites. What you talking about?
Oh Lord.
He's literally using a time machine to jump from millennia to millennia. That's basically what he's doing. What's the name of that? Time Traveler?
Time Traveler?
You talking about Back to the Future? Remember
the Time Traveler? He had.
I forgot the name.
No, not the Back to the Future. You're too young to understand what I'm saying. It's called
the Time Machine.
I'm sorry, I mean
the actual time. The
I know what he's talking about. It's a cartoon. It's a cartoon.
No, this is actually a movie. It's called Time Traveler.
Oh.
And he had a machine he would jump into, and it would take him from millennia to millennia. Basically, that's what he's doing. I don't know what the hell I'm
doing. Y'all remember Rocky and Bullwinkle and whatnot? They had the dog and the boy.
That's what I was thinking about, the cartoon.
Jeez.
Yeah. That was a cartoon where they would do that. They would jump through man, that 55 minutes of video just was just pseudo.
Minutes, okay.
Oh, it's plenty more if y'all go through his dossier. Y'all go through
we finna do it, bro. It's finna be a whole year dossier. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, we might as well.
dropping
That's,
and
that's
whatnot.
because y'all jealous. Y'all just want to be like him. Y'all need to step y'all pseudo up.
That if we get our pseudo up, we get all them views.
Hey.
All the way, turn up.
That video has 88,000 views in 7 months.
How many likes?
3.2 thousand.
That's a lot of people who like pseudo. Okay.
Yeah, a lot of over 600 comments, mostly positive. So
yeah, all the negative ones probably got deleted.
Hey, this is gonna be
They're
my
not
last
ready for
comment.
the great Israel.
No, you got it. You got it.
They're not ready. They're not ready for the great Israelite.
Wait, is he breaking up for y'all?
Yeah.
We see awakening. Y'all got the great awakening. We got the great reset. That's what we do.
Exactly,
We resetting the room. Every time y'all open the room, we gonna reset it. This is the great reset.
That's facts.
Yo, Adam made me want to read these comments, and I'll be down.
All right, is this from that video that y'all?
I'll be damn, bro. This
zoom in. I can't.
This dude is probably. You know when they say you hate yourself, they claim that we hate ourselves, right? Look what this dude, Linda. Is this a woman or Linda?
Probably a woman. Linda.
I actually did a 23andMe, then had my DNA analyzed by GEDmatch. When I took a look at ancient DNA and saw all the German markers,
oh no,
I was confused and a bit alarmed. This definitely shines a new light on why. Thank you a million times over. No,
I saw that.
I told you they're trying to make their people that got the European DNA feel better about it. Like, no, it's really still black DNA. Don't even worry about it. You're 100% black no matter what.
Lying, bro. Just straight up lying to people.
Christopher Elia Shonda. Thank you so much for your video. I did my first DNA test in 2017 and second one in 2021. I couldn't understand my results when it showed that my ancestors, they were from Germany.
Oh.
Thank you for your deep explanation, which helped me understand very clear why my results showed that my ancestors, they were a...
Didn't I tell you? Didn't I tell you earlier, brother? They doing this whole thing to make them feel better about the European DNA.
Read more.
And
okay, never mind.
But now you need your ass whooped.
That's why I said a debate. He needs to debate somebody in the Yap game.
It ain't happening, bro. He got the most.
I'm not gonna debate.
He has the most to lose out of all.
I reached out. Yeah, I reached out to him, not for a debate. But y'all remember when I told y'all I emailed him and I dropped a comment and it was probably about like 6 or 8 months ago and said, bro, can we have a discussion? You know, however you want to do it. Let's just have a discussion because you know, we're a bit leery about, you know, the things that, you know, you're putting out. You know, let's just have a discussion. No answer. Nothing. Crickets. So he's not even going to reach out. He's just going to continue to do what he do and ignore everybody.
Yeah, he's been running since the pews.
Now
like
we got to reset the room.
Yeah, no, exactly. Reset the room because he's been running since the pews, fam. Like I told you, I interviewed him 2 years ago and whatnot, right? And we were supposed to do a part 2 and whatnot. And we were supposed to do all kinds of stuff behind the scenes. He started running ever since the pew information came out and whatnot. Right? But I'm gonna say this and jump off because I got a premiere on my channel that's going off right now. But I'm gonna say this right here. Like, so running with pseudo information is like running with scissors, fam. You shouldn't do it. You just shouldn't do it.
100%.
But with that, I'm gonna say peace and love. Yeah.
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 Oh man, I'm trying to see if I can find somebody else trying to make their European ancestry black. Come on now.
Forcing it.
Just on a separate note, last week there was a new big DNA study that dropped titled Using Isotope and Ancient DNA Analysis to Learn More About the Mobility of Anatolian and Levantine Populations. And it's sort of trying to bridge the gap between Neolithic and Copper Age Middle East and Levantine. Pretty
Yeah, we
interesting.
posted that in Telegram. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's pretty fresh, but it just kind of takes does some PC modeling and I don't know if there's a couple of new samples. There might be, or they might be just doing deeper analysis of existing samples. I couldn't quite discern that.
The principal component analysis. You're talking about the PCAs.
Yeah. Well, and they have two. There's two. I think they might be new samples, two Y haplogroup samples. There's a bunch more mtDNA, but both are E1B1B. One is in the. I think they might be the older samples, but anyways, they just do kind of a breakdown and kind of analyze migration periods, kind of post Neolithic, pre-Copper Age, the kind of PPN era. But might be worth a look. I can put the link in the chat here if I can.
Yeah, we have it, but drop it in the link for the rest of the people. My question to you is, who spearheaded that study?
So it was it's on PNAS. There's a Wang. I'm trying to what edited by is it Smithsonian Institute. It was edited by the Smithsonian Institute. So I don't know where Wang is from. Let me see here. Looks like author's affiliation. Okay, here we go. Ludwig Maximilian University, Munich, Germany. Leipzig, Germany. Berlin. It says Germany. Yeah, and South Africa. Germany and South Africa.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, look, y'all. It says here by this user here, MHMGBK. My dad's side came from Germany. My mom's side came from Ireland. We're mixed with Choctaw. We black as fuck on phoneme.
Man, folks always think it's the skin color that matters, but okay.
I don't think you've changed a thing. Go on, jump.
No, I don't want to jump.
Yes, you do. You smoke crack, don't you? You smoke crack, don't you? Look at me, boy. Don't you smoke crack?
Yes, sir.
You know what that does to you? Huh?
No, sir.
It kills your brain cells, son. It kills your brain cells. Now, when you're destroying your brain cells, you're doing the same thing as killing yourself. You're just doing it slower. Now, I say if you want to kill yourself, don't fuck around with it. Go in and do it expeditiously. Now, go in and jump. Jump.
No, I don't want to kill myself, sir.
Come on, man. Your dad is from Germany. Your mom's from Ireland. You're European on both sides. Just admit it, bro.
Yeah, be proud of that European heritage, bro.
Yeah, but y'all say y'all hate y'all selves. No, actually, y'all hate y'all selves because you're trying to cover up the fact that you guys go back to Europe. Oh, here we go. Another one. Louis B. I have been wondering why Russia and Germany was showing up in my DNA results on Jet Match. Even did a quick Google search for any connection between ancient Israelites and those regions. Yo, why everything got to be an Israelite connection? Everything's an Israelite connection, man. No matter where it's at, bro. Antarctica. Oh, Israelites. What, Israelites in Antarctica? But of course, came up with nothing.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you, bro.
What'd you say?
I was saying a lot of people don't even know how to use jet maps. They don't even know how to use jet maps. They don't know Oracle from the different calculators. They don't know. So they're getting confused.
Yeah, jet match is mostly autosomal DNA.
Right.
With some population affinities thrown in the mix.
Oh my God, man. This man said, even did a quick Google search for any connection between ancient Israelites in those regions, but of course came up with nothing. And then mysteriously this video was posted.
How did he come up with my bad? Go ahead.
He said he came up with nothing. That's what he said.
Yeah, but it's historically known Jews were in like Germany and like what?
Those are the fake Jews, brother. Those are white.
Okay. That's
white means fake. White means not right. Black means fake. So here,
once you're a Jew or Israelite, and they see anything that says Europe, Germany, France, England, anything, you are a fake Jew automatically. Automatically.
Right.
It's not Israelite. Once they see Europe, that's it. No, you are you belong to Esau. You Esau.
R1B is Esau, but E1B1A is Jacob. Don't make no goddamn sense. It says here, did a DNA test with CRI genetics. It shows about 50% Italian.
Oh, dang.
More than African American. I'm assuming that's linked to those. That's a link to those Hebrew Israelite Moors who once ruled that region.
Bro, you mix, bro. What? How do you not
There's
know?
nothing Italian about me, though. I do love Italian food.
This person don't know he's mixed. And you sound things.
This is that Marcus Garvey's effect.
I don't even want to blame anybody in the comment section because they're trying to figure this stuff out. You know, but then we got people like Benayah and Tayu tell them, no, you are Israel. Like Sister E said to Shafter Berea, no, boo boo, I just want to tell you, you are Israel.
Cause baby.
Yeah.
Cause baby. Oh my God.
They done left me in here with this retarded son of a bitch. He ain't got no name tag on or nothing.
You shoot, where your goddamn name tag at? Avery, where your name tag? Mom, where your goddamn name tag? Got me in this room with a bunch of retarded motherfuckers.
Oh man, let's see what else they got here. Damn, is this why I'm 26.9% Scandinavian? 20% of anything means that's like a great grandfather.
Yeah. Do these people not know they have white folks in their as their grandparents and great grandparents? Like, have they?
And it could be either side. It could be the grandmother too. It could be, 20% of anything could come from, your mother's, your grandmother's side. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't necessarily be, your grandfather. And it's not even your direct lineage of grandfathers. You know what I'm saying? The direct lineage of grandfathers are from your father. Whatever happened to group he belonged to. But the admixture is something different. Because that could be your mother's father.
Right. That's true. That's true. It's not going to tell you what side of it. Like autosomes work like that. It's admixture.
Right.
It says, what tribe of Israel were the Bantu Africa from? Thank you. Oh my God. The Lion Farm is in the chat, ready to smoke some. He said the Proto-Germanic branch originating as the R1B U106 subclase thought to have migrated from present-day Austria to the Low Countries in northwest Germany. They would continue their expansion probably from 1200 BC to Denmark, southern Sweden, and southern Norway, where after blending with the local I1 and R1A people, the ancient Germanic culture emerged. That's killing. He's killing your boy with this. He's killing.
Because he's getting this from. He's quoting EUpedia. So yeah.
Yeah.
Remember now, Lion Farm tries to keep, as much as some of the brothers' work, is in question. He still tries to hold to a paternal understanding of everything. So when he brings up you, he's just saying that you, the mtDNA, I'm assuming it's the mtDNA side that he's talking about, that mixed with the I and what else he say? Because I can't see on my phone. I and the Y chromosome, I and what else he said? You shoot?
R1A.
R1A and I, right? That's what he said?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So, he's probably, but that's probably above their pay grade. Who he was speaking to or who he was trying to elucidate some information to, that's way over their head. They're like, okay. And they kept it moving. And they wanted to hear Benayah continue to tickle their ears.
Oh, man.
What's another video we plan on covering the shoot?
I don't know. Go look on there and throw a dart. Follow something. Throw a dart. Here we go. Here's another one. Tesha. If I'm saying it right, I don't know. Tesha. She says, I was very surprised to find that my DNA is 56% European,
Yeah, you
as
mixed.
the only family I grew up with is Afro American. 25% of that is Italian, with 12% German. I share a haploid with people like Queen Victoria, Napoleon, Copernicus, Dr. Oz, Warren Buffett, and Empress Thursa. Oh, she's probably J1C3. That's probably mtDNA J1C3. I also have Yoruba and Isan tribe DNA. This world is full of tricks and traps for those who don't know who they actually are. So sad. No,
Sad
your
part
DNA.
is she's the one that got tricked.
Yeah, you're getting tricked by Benayah. Benaya's tricking you, man.
Oh man, it's such a like matrix type of thing that's going on here because they really think.
Yeah,
My
I'm
bad,
sorry.
what'd
Go
you
ahead. No,
say?
finish
No, I
your
was
thought.
just saying. No, I was just saying that's really weird how there's like this matrix type of trick going on because she's thinking that I guess the man or the DNA companies or the white man's trying to trick her, whereas you have this black dude who's actually tricking you, and you think
Right.
he's the one who's helping you, and he's the one that's tricking you.
And the crazy thing is that it's not even all just Benaya's work. This is overflow or understanding of Ron Dalton's work because Benayah, they all running that same group. Benayah, you know what I'm saying? I forgot the name of the congregation that they pretty much running. And so we're getting a lot of Dalton first and then Benayah right behind him. Because the reason I'm putting Dalton in front of him is because Dalton has published books and videos.
Movies. Yeah.
Right. And all of this all connect. They're all doing the same thing. They're all doing the two of them are doing the same thing.
All Darbyites. Yep.
So
they're the ones that are in the DNA and all that.
We don't know what Benayah's Y chromosome is. He could be getting hits from E1B1A through his autosomal. He hasn't given anybody any work on what his mtDNA is and what his Y chromosome is.
We don't know Ron Dalton's DNA either.
I was about to say Ron Dalton as well.
Yep.
You know, and when we questioned him about it, he said he doesn't know. He hasn't done his DNA test. But you running around here, you running these streets and publishing books, you running through the streets. On with E1B1A and the E1B1B concept is all E1B1B is all Esau and E1B1A is Israel. What happened to everybody else? What happened to all of the children? You know what I'm saying? All these E-markers that come from all of the other sons, Ishmael, Moab, you know, all of these other people, you know, Elamites, Joktan, well, they all disappeared now. They all gone. It's just Israel on the planet and Esau. That's it. With
right.
that are areas. So we got to put a stop to that too.
We do.
Y'all just jealous.
I know I am jealous. I'm running around here driving back and forth to work with my Tesla. You know, I ain't get a check from Abu yet. I got my first payment to make on my Tesla, and this nigga ain't sent me a check yet. Abu, don't make me get after your ass.
Oh man. Hey, Ivory, what's the main fraternal haplogroup of African Americans?
The main paternal haplogroup of African Americans is E1B1A.
What's the main haplogroup? What's the main mtDNA haplogroup for African Americans?
I don't know about that one. We have a lot of different mtDNAs.
Right,
I think we have more different.
I wouldn't say the most, but I would say the lion's share is in the L group.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the most L, but there's so many different subclades within L because there's L0, L1, L2, L3.
Right.
That's a bunch of mixed.
Right.
That's why I was hesitant because, like, even with the L's, there's so many different subclades.
Right. And the lion's share ends up being like 60, 70, 80%. The lion's share could be 45% L, and the rest is mixed up between different mtDNA groups.
Yep.
Yeah, somebody in the chat basically saying that was a conspiracy to say something like that. That majority of the males are E1B1A.
It's a conspiracy to say that the majority is E1B1A.
That's what the dude was saying, man.
Why? But
Listen,
why is it?
They're marketing their West African roots.
Literally, bro.
Let's see if I can find a comment here.
In Africa, everything is in Africa. Jerusalem is in Africa. Israel is in Africa. Everything is in Africa, right? According to your mores.
That was a comment. Dang, y'all been blowing up the dang comments, man. Right here. There it is there. Avery, read that.
It's highly suspect that you or BENAYAH can show scholarly proof of that percent outbreak of last sample groups and races part of the research for only any information to really know what to believe. What? Wait, hold on. You know what that deserves?
What?
It deserves this. Should have had it rolled up and ready.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Because this don't make sense. This is just like X-Files type of mindset. Everything's a conspiracy.
Yeah, they say we can't prove that. You know?
I mean, if most of us came from West Central Africa and most West Central Africans have E1B1A, then yeah. Beep bop boop. I mean, it's that simple.
No, he wants to say y'all came from Spain.
Italian? He said bip bop boop. You Italian?
Honestly, I got that from Yitzhak.
Did we put the thing in that anybody want to come here and question anything? You know, let me see if we get some BENAYAH support.
Question the agents. Yeah, that's right.
Question the agent segment. Anybody can come on and question the agents. Come on, brothers, sisters.
Agent 007666, ready to answer questions, sir.
Waiting on y'all, man. Where y'all at?
Oh shit. Here we go again.
Yeah.
What did Ruth say in the chat? Hold on.
Let me go to ISOG real quick to help my brother out. My brother FACTS FX. Let me help my brother out. Let's go to ISOG. E1B1A. Let's see.
What do you got? I'm on my cell phone, so I can't see his comment. What is he asking for? He wants to know.
He says it's highly suspect that you or BENAYAH cannot show. I guess that's what he's saying. The scholarly proof of the percentage breakout of American descendants of slave haplogroups and racism on the part of researchers for hardly any info to really know what to believe. There is a lot of information on slave DNA, but so our descendants thereof, there's a lot of information.
He doesn't even do his own research, and no disrespect, because that might be an honest question, but it's apparent that he's waiting for somebody to answer these things that he has no answer for. Like that's how I take that question. Like, you know, he's comparing us to BENAYAH, and nobody can answer. What was it that we couldn't answer? Us or BENAYAH? What happened?
The percentage breakout of American descendants of slaves.
There is 60% so far with what the sample sequenced. If they sample more people like him, if they do a real Y chromosome or go to 23andMe and get their Y chromosome and their mtDNA, the numbers will either go up from 60% or to fall. The more people that do their DNA, the more you'll get the answers to it. But right now, it's steady at around 60%.
Yeah, E1B1A is the most common male lineage among African Americans. That's ISOGG.
Right. The consortium.
Yeah. I don't know what else to say to this, brother. You said to be honest, it feels less than 60%. Well, you can only go off your sample size. So as many people have been tested amongst that number, like 1,000 genomes, amongst that number, 60% of those people are E1B1A that's been tested.
Right. For the Y chromosome or the mtDNA chromosome. So, well, let's say Y chromosome period, because that's what we're looking for. Well, that's what you would expect if you're trying to find out what your what your Y chromosome is, if you're haplogroup E, and if indeed you came off the west coast of Africa, you know, or most slaves, I should say, came off the west coast of Africa holding an E haplogroup or E haplotype. So the more people that get tested, the better the ratio we get. Right now it's standing at 60%. So anybody out there that hasn't done their DNA yet, that is a descendant of a slave, descendant of slaves, then it's incumbent upon you, if you really want to know, because you don't have to do this if you don't want to, but it's incumbent of you to at least check, because if you have these questions, the more people that is added to that ratio will know whether that number jumps or falls.
Hey, Shub, you know what video we should do next?
What?
Look right here. See this?
Aliens come for black people. Oh my God. Are you serious? And I know that movie too. I know that movie.
Oh man. We gotta review this video. Hold on, let me just click and skim through and see if it's like
291,000 views on that one.
What this one? Oh,
7,000 likes and over almost 3,000.
Hold on, my bad.
What? All right, that's unbelievable. Wow.
Yeah, you're right.
I didn't even see that. You caught that? I didn't even see that. Wow. 200 and how much?
Right here.
91,000. It's almost 300,000 views since May of last year.
2,000 comments.
Yeah, almost 500,000 in less than a year.
And then 7,000 likes and 2,000 comments. But hey, if people like this stuff, then it is what it is. But let me see. Let me just skim through.
I mean, with a title like that, I don't blame anyone for clicking on it. I mean, it's the ultimate clickbait. Like, it makes me want. I'd click on that for sure. It's hilarious.
Well, no, because we clickbait sometimes too, just to get people in the room to understand, you know, what we're putting down. So sometimes, you know what I'm saying, I get it. Clickbait does work. Clickbaiting, I should say.
He's not this isn't a study. He just completely ripped like the movie scenes, I think. And just
before you play it, we got facts back. Facts. He said ISOG isn't a genetic research. Yes, it is. It literally, that's what the international standard of genetic genealogy, bro. It is.
Why would you think it's not? Like,
and they're sourcing their information. They give their sources on the bottom. Let me show them this real quick.
Here, I put the link in so you can come up, Facts, and we can actually like verbally talk about this. Click the link, Facts, and come up, please.
He's gonna say it's FX, not facts.
Well, that explains a few things.
X-Files. He meant to put X-Files.
Yeah, that's what he meant to put. So this is according to the International Standard of Genetic Genealogy, right? So when you look at this, it says here, E1B1A is the most common lineage among African Americans. Exactly. And then it gives you sources below that. You know, you see all these sources is well sourced.
Hyperlinks, all of those hyperlinks. Exactly. God, bro. I'm
so
sorry.
If you click Y-SNP typing of African American Caucasian samples, it'll take you to this paper here. And what does it say? The majority of African American samples, 58%, around 60, like we said, fell in the E3A haplogroup as they were derived at M2.
Yep.
That's not a scientific paper. That's not a. Goofy.
M2.
If you don't get your goofy Donald and Mickey head ass out of here, man. What's wrong with you?
Get on, Green Jimmy the Cricket suit wearing ass motherfucker. Get on. Oh, short Colin Powell haircut having ass motherfucker. Get on. Little Angela Davis mustache wearing ass motherfucker. Get on. Little Richard Pryor shortcut fade having around the side wearing motherfucker. Little Sammy Davis Award Jr. Afro haircut having ass motherfucker. Get on. Little Dynamite Disco Danny devastating. Get on. Little Don Cornelius with a haircut.
Gentlemen. If you don't mind, I'd like you to sit down. I would like to continue.
And there's the paper there, man.
That's a classic right there. So high.
You know, I don't know why you're against that. F space bar X. I don't know why you're against it, man.
Did y'all watch this one today? The Black Germany?
Yeah, that's the one we watched.
Oh, okay.
What's the strip naked Black Germany one though? Strip naked.
It looks like it's just him that he just uploaded like another person's video from the look of things. Somebody talking.
So nothing to glean from, huh?
There's Black England.
How long is that one?
That one's 38 minutes and 59 seconds.
Now, Benayah in this video said England was where the white people were. So now you're saying it wasn't? You said Benjamin Franklin said the only place where white people were the Saxons in England.
We need to go through that because that might be clickbait.
This one, he just re-uploaded another person's video in this. Skimming through it, it's just a re-upload of somebody else's information. So I rather review something that's actually spoken than somebody else's work.
New Hope says F spacebar X.
Wait, what?
F spacebar X. That's his name. Needs to study the basics of African American DNA so you can understand why E1B1A is considered the most common.
Yeah.
The reason why he's saying that he's skeptical because earlier during the live, I couldn't think of the reference to go to fast enough. So I just let the video play to show that majority of African American males are indeed E1B1A. So he used that to say, oh, that means there's a conspiracy behind it. There's something to this. You know, someone's not telling the truth here. You know, we're not all E1B1A. Yes, majority of us are. We're not all, but majority of us are.
Yeah.
But Jorge already told him that without disclosing his Y chromosome, BENAYAH. You know what I'm saying? He's already made it clear that family E1B1A, which is mostly African American from the west coast of Africa, that descend from the Sephardic Jews of Spain and Portugal. You know what it is.
Hey, have we reviewed this one? 100% proof Judah's DNA?
Yeah, we part of it, yeah. When he brought up that sample that was not E1B1A, but he claimed it was.
Did you want to review it again? Because we did that so long ago.
That part was an E1B1A.
Yeah, you know what they do.
I think it's right here. Hold on, let me see. Even though it's like a female and something, and who was a T marker here?
Yeah, it was a female one. Yeah, he was like, they found a E1B1A here. Sleight of the hand. I told you, most of this stuff is sleight of the hand tactics and bait switch tactics. He'll say, oh, there's E1B1A here. This is where you got the match at. Then you look at the actual article. It says nothing about E1B1A.
Mm-hmm.
Play that funky music.
In Beirut, Lebanon, we examined one of the DNA samples collected from an ancient gravesite. DNA from this ancient individual is labeled SFI-43. This particular individual lived approximately 567 to 404 BC.
Now, you know, the funny thing is he's showing the genomic insights into the origins of the ancient Near East paper. He's not even showing the right paper where that
Yeah.
where the Lebanese was tested. This ain't the same.
They done left me in here with this retarded son of a bitch. He ain't got no name tag on or nothing.
We gotta redo this video. My bad. Go ahead, Sean.
Avery, you know what that's
Go ahead, Sean.
that's what that's called? That's called
sleight of hand.
I said, do you know what that's called? It's called the sleight of hand. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Sleight of yes, sir.
We gotta redo this video. We gotta review it. Just in case people have forgotten.
Go ahead and hit him with the punchline, man, so you can give them the evidence.
Well, want me to give the people the right paper?
Of course, that's what we do. We source up.
Yeah, give him the right paper.
Yeah, let's do that.
Because this is what happened to the brother.
Yeah.
That's what happened.
Oh shit.
Genomic insights into the origin of farming in the ancient Near East. He need his ass whooped, boy. You need your ass.
You need your ass.
You need your boy. You need a royal ass whooping, man.
I forgot the name of the paper.
Comedian. What's the name about that comedian that always say that? Brooklyn Mike.
He said,
Brooklyn Mike. You need your ass beat. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna send it to you.
Give me a second. Give me a second. I'm gonna try to find this.
The real paper. The real paper. So for people that's not familiar with this video, 100% proof Judas DNA. What he does is he goes to this sample that was found, I think, in the Levant, and he tries to say that this sample is E1B1A, but if you read the paper, it's a female. So what that lets you know, E1B1A is a male haplogroup, not a female haplogroup.
They operating off the autosomal, so she might be connected to E1B1A somewhere in her autosomal. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, sub-Saharan African autosomal.
Right. So this is what that's very tailish. So I'm starting to understand how they all hold to this autosomal movement, this autosomal way of verifying. You're connected. Don't get it twisted. You're connected. But you don't directly descend.
So here's the relevant paper. A genetic. My bad. Go ahead.
No. I was go ahead, because this is more important than my conjecture.
So here's the relevant paper, A Genetic History of the Near East from an Ancient DNA Time Course Sampling 8 Points in the Past 4,000 Years. And so the sample that BENAYAH was claiming was E1B1A was from Beirut, Lebanon. It was a female who had mitochondrial T. I'm going to show you here in a second. 19 genomes of individuals. So let's get to. Actually, I want to pull up the. PDF because y'all be able to see a little bit better the what you call it. So here, let me pull that up.
You just jealous, bro. You just won't be BENAYAH at all. That's why it ain't got nothing to do with the information. And Sister Irrational was right about you, brothers. Y'all just want his position. You want 175,000 views. You wish you had 175,000 motherfuckers watching your shit. You wish. That's what I remember back on the street. They used to say, "Jewish means Jew. Wish you was a Jew." I was like, "Shut the fuck up."
I'm gonna help her out, but I'm gonna give her a better term to use than jealous. You got the green eye.
The green eye.
You got the green eye, and I don't mean green eye, actual green eyes. I'm talking about that green eye, that jealousy eye. You got the green eye.
All right, so here's the samples right here. Let me highlight it. Let me zoom in so y'all can see one more time. That's better. All right. So it says 2 Hellenistic individuals and one from Roman and one early Roman individual show access haplotype sharing with Central and South Asian populations compared with that of other ancient Lebanese individuals, whereas individuals CF143 and CFI-43 and CFI-44. SF. Oh, my bad, SF. SF-43 and SF-44 shared more segments with Africans and Egyptians, and that's dealing with autosomal. We counted between 19,073, which is in blue up there, and 19,659 in red, shared haplotype chunks in the data set. And so it's talking about right here where they have like basically some autosomal connections to like Africans and Egyptians and stuff. And that's why he was assuming it was E1B1A, because one of the African populations in the sample was Yoruba. But this was a female from haplogroup T, not haplogroup L or anything like that. So if you actually go and read the section dealing with it, her son was half Egyptian, and she was, I believe, either she was Egyptian or the father was Egyptian. Wait, no, the father was Lebanese, and the mother was more Egyptian.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see if I can scroll up to when they talk about it.
Hey, F spacebar asks. He says, all I asked was for a link to a peer-reviewed research paper that I can quote from, but instead, you all trivialized my request, referring me to iSong and telling me to go do my homework first. Nobody told you your homework. I provide the damn sources every time I get on this goddamn stream. Go tell a lie to somebody else. Go tell that lie to somebody. I gave you the damn sources. You know, now go cry to somebody else, man. Stop it.
Yeah, I'm gonna put the link in so they can come up. So come on up if you want to actually speak. But here, let's start here. This is the relevant portion that kind of proves what I was saying earlier. Let me zoom in so no one can say that.
Wait, what haplogroup is that?
Yeah, we're gonna get into it. So it says we then estimated kinship among our samples and found individuals SFI-43 female, not a male, BENAYAH, female, and SFI-44 male, who lived around 500 BC during the Iron Age 3 period, during the Persian rule, were first degree relatives and shared the same mtDNA haplogroup T2C1. You can go to table S4 if you want to see the haplogroup. But both the male and the female carried mtDNA T, not L, not E1B1A. Let's actually go to table S4 and look at the haplogroup of the male. But I'm just going to go ahead and tell you the haplogroup of the male was a J marker, if I remember correctly. So let's go to the table. We're looking for, actually, hold on. Let me do this.
They found E1B1A in the Levant family.
SFI-44. This will be a faster way for me to find the haplogroup. All right, here it is. SFI-44. This is the male sample. Let's look at the haplogroup for him.
Can I say something real quick before you go forward?
Yeah, go ahead.
If BENAYAH was to have run with us in Clubhouse and going into the MENA population rooms, oh, they would have tore his ass up with this nonsense.
Oh yeah, Shlomo would have had a field day with him.
But these dudes have no idea. They stay in their echo chamber. They stay, you know what I'm saying? They stay in their echo chambers with their arguments. Man, they would have got had by these dudes, by the MENA population, period. Spitting this. You coming with saying that this mtDNA or this woman that they found and sequenced was E1B1A, and all it's showing is autosomal.
I have to go to the supplementary paper. Hold on. And I'm going to go back to the video here in a second, so y'all can verbally hear him say that's a yeah. Go ahead.
And the crazy thing is, Sister E knows this because she was in the rooms. That's why she wanted to grab y'all. It was because of the performances that we did against the MENA population in Clubhouse a couple of years ago that she wanted to interview you and Yeshua.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
So she knows how strong we are with this. It's just that it backfired on them.
She was like,
they thought that. Yeah, bro.
No, I was like, she was like, I can't depend on Benayah and Teo because they shit so full of bullshit. I can't depend on that. Damn, the Eagles already up 7-0.
Oh, you watching the game too? You doing this watching the game?
No, I didn't even know it started yet. It's already started.
Yeah, but she already knew what it was. She knew because she's seen us perform in those rooms. We went straight directly to those rooms, and then when we created our rooms, we would get 1,000, 1,500 followers. Not 1,500 followers, 1,500 people, 1,200 people in the room. When we opened up our own rooms and invited the MENA population into there, and we was having it with them. And she was in those rooms. She was in those rooms and she would listen. So she wanted to interview the Yap Gang. She wanted to interview especially you and Yeshub and Ivry. Yeshub and Ivry. She wanted to interview y'all. But then when we finally touched down and started dealing with our own, it was like a smack in the face for her because
here it is. I got it.
Everybody came with their pseudo BHI racist shit, just like the WHIs did with theirs. So he's like, hold on, we don't rock like that. You're wrong with this, and you know what I'm saying? This is inaccurate. And then all of a sudden was, oh, you're against us.
Stay out of black folks' business, son.
Exactly. I'm gonna stay out of black folks' business with my goddamn mam's ass.
Here's the symbol, by the way, y'all. So SFI 44, the Iron Age 3 male, like I was showing y'all earlier. He's a J marker, not a E1B1A marker. He's JP58.
Shout out to the Limber P58 in the building.
And his mtDNA is just like his mother. It's T2C1. So
we overthrew him. I'm sorry. Hold on, let me mute myself.
But let's see. And then you have SF43, which is his mother, which is a T marker. But let's go. This is her right here, by the way, just in case y'all want to know. So yeah, no E1B1A was found in any of these samples from the study. Only E1B1B. So let's go back to Benayah's video. I'm not going to play the whole video. I'm just want to play that
play
little
part
section.
where he says E1B1A was found there. You got to play that, bro.
Yeah, I'm going to play that part, and then in the future, maybe we can kind of redo this video.
We got a lot to cover still. You're right. We got a lot to cover.
This particular individual lived approximately 567 to 404. Individual lived approximately
Wait, you see the slide of hand? Hold on.
This particular individual lived.
He shows the right paper right there. You see?
I've seen it, brother.
Real small.
Yes, I see it right ahead, 100%.
And then when he makes the paper bigger, it's a completely different paper.
Approximately 567 to.
See, he changes the paper.
Run it back again so everybody can see it. Run it back. Rewind.
All right.
This particular individual.
So you see he's showing up here. I'll zoom in just so y'all can see. Here, let me zoom in. So he's showing the paper, A Genetic History of the Near East from an Ancient Time Course Sampling 8 Points in the Past 4,000 Years. So he's showing the paper that he's talking about with the Lebanese. And he even has right here highlighted the sample, but then he's going to show a different paper. Watch this.
Lived approximately 567 to.
And then he pulls up this paper, Genomic Insights into the Origin of Farming and the Ancient Near East. He flipped the paper.
Zoom in.
Here, let me zoom in. He changed the paper, bro. Just like Teo with his haplogroup GMAP.
Retrofitting everything to the BHI paradigm.
Yup. Here, I'll play the rest of it.
To 404 BC.
And then he flips back to the right paper. And look what he has right here. He has highlighted SFI43. And he's said the date is from 567 BC. And he's claiming this is E1B1A. Now let me go back to the right paper that actually shows what that sample is. So that sample actually, wait, did I remove it? No, it's right there. Okay, just had to double check. That sample, SFI43, is a female. It's T. She has no Y DNA because it's a woman. This is not E1B1A, BENAYAH. This is a female, mitochondrial T. And he's claiming this is E1B1A. No, it's not. Let me go back to the video. Oh my gosh. This is bad, bro. This is bad. This is bad. This is bad. This is bad.
This nigga was clearly lying.
7 to 404 BC. Researchers compared the ancient DNA remains of SFI43 to modern-day Lebanese and Egyptian populations, as well as samples taken from a previous report. They discovered something shocking. They discovered the ancient Lebanese labeled SFI43 was not closely related to modern Lebanese populations. Instead, SFI43 showed close relationship to ancient Egyptian DNA samples.
Now that part right there is also inaccurate because they are close to modern day Lebanese and ancient Egyptians. So let me show you that as well. Why is he doing? Why? I don't get it. But as if people can't find these papers and correct it.
This nigga was clearly lying.
So this is the part right here that he's showing. It says individuals SFI143 and SFI44 cluster with ancient Egyptians, but SFI44 is closer to ancient individuals from Lebanon. So yes, they are close to ancient Egyptians and ancient Lebanese. Specifically, SFI44 is closer to ancient Lebanese. Ah, man.
This nigga was clearly lying.
Let me go back to the haplogroup so y'all can see that the relevant haplogroup of these. Oh, dang, I went past it. My bad. The relevant haplogroup of these two samples. Right here. Oops. Right here. Again, SF44, J1. SF43, female, mitochondrial T. Now let's go back to the video. This is just, I was about to use the R word, but I don't think I can. But this is just bad.
They done left me in here with this retarded son of a bitch.
In the following.
He ain't got no name tag on or nothing.
Instead, SFI43 showed close relationship to ancient Egyptian DNA samples. This is related in the following graph. Notice the dark green dots of the ancient Egyptian DNA are close to the light green dots of the SFI43 ancient Lebanese DNA samples. The same findings were illustrated in yet another graph. Now, in this particular graph, related or shared DNA between samples is displayed as red marks. Now, notice SFI43 shows red related marks when compared to the ancient Egyptian DNA samples. However, researchers didn't stop there. They added one additional group to compare their ancient Lebanese SFI43 DNA to. They compared it to the E1B1A Yoruba DNA of West Africa. And they were surprised to see that it was a perfect match. Negroes in Israel before the time of the Messiah. And it's not like we're just finding one person in these ancient sites. In research reports, we find the DNA of our African American queens listed as L0 and L3. That's the DNA of Negroes. And it can only mean one thing. We were there.
Just a reminder, SFI43 wasn't an L marker. She was a T marker.
This nigga was clearly lying.
So all this hype is kind of just a wet fart, to be honest.
Yeah, and guess what? Guess what we did today? We formed motherfucking Megazord.
We need dinosaur power now! Rangers, power up your power crystal.
Right, crystal power.
Engage crystal.
2, 1, power up.
Let's show them some Megazord power. Megazord battle mode now.
Megazord sequence has been initiated. Megazord activated.
What he does, y'all.
We forming Megazord on you niggas, man.
Hey, just shoot Sean Telegram. But let's keep going with this video. But yeah, again, SFI43 is not a E1B1A. She's not an L marker. She is.
Are you serious?
Oh, we gonna have to do another live on you. We gonna have to do another live on you.
Wanna end it right here? Then you shoot.
Yeah, let's end it.
Kills me when he's about to fall out. Yeah, Yeshua kills me when he's about to.
Yeah.
You're laughing, yo, because I can see his ass now. I can see him. I can see him falling out the chair.
Oh shit. Here we go again.
Let's start.
We're not just forming Megazord. We're just forming Megazord. We're not just forming Megazord.
Go ahead,
We're
Sean.
also.
Go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. We're not actually not just forming Megazord or we're actually lifting up skirts and seeing what your genitalia look. That's what we do. We actually blowing skirts up. We pulling coats off of everything.
To end this.
Go ahead,
video,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
To end this video, because we're about to end it, I just got to end with this because I think we caught another one, boys.
Uh-oh.
But I was led astray the day you walked away. You were the clock that was ticking in my home. Changed my state of mind.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
We got him,
another one, boys. Got another one.
We got him. We got him.
We're gonna close this one and do another. Oh, you're making this shit too easy, bro. This is just too easy, man.
I can't get to my Telegram right now because I'm on my phone. But what's going on over there? What's going on?
I'll send it to you, Sean, via Facebook.
All right, cool.
We gotta deal with Sister Irrational again, y'all.
Sister G, bro. Sister G284.
We out, y'all. We'll be right back. Yeah.
Yeah.
Smooth was good, baby.
Right. I'm a big dog on several losers. Get these niggas on my comments before I shoot them. I got suicidal thoughts and it now don't make me lose it. The only thing could get some time from me is OGs. I'm a big dog on several losers. Get these niggas on my comments before I shoot them. I got suicidal thoughts and it now don't make me lose it. The only thing could get some time from me is OGs. I'm a big dog on why you not. Make the crowd scream on them own guns. I bitch you red, bro, you down. He was supposed to be with Caesar Matthews, he's a 9. How you let the stinks take your pieces from me? Turn a nigga head into a Reese's cup. You wasn't on the main line, you was PC'd up. We got Draco in the building, turn to Stevie Wonder. Now we back to the punchlines. I'm finna do a nigga sleazy like that one time. I got a free bus pass, he on that one line. I turn my wrist handicap like that blind nigga. I'm a big dog, I'm coming several losers. Get these niggas on my comments before I shoot them. I got suicidal thoughts and it now don't make me lose it. The only thing could get some time from me is OGs. I'm a big dog, I don't come and say losers. Get these niggas on my comments before I shoot them. I got suicidal thoughts and it down don't make me lose it. The only thing could get some time from me is OGs. Yeah. I'm a big dog, I don't come and say losers. For real. Suicidal thoughts and it down don't make me lose it.
I'm a big dog, I don't conversate with poodles. I make street music you can commit violent crimes too. If we beefing, I use chunks from your noodles and make spaghetti. Throwing house party when you hear them pop shots, it's not confetti. That shit under meniscus, I can eyeball it, no fatty. For a nickel, my shooter ain't a nigga world Armageddon. I want more chains to whip like my shit ain't broke already. And I don't wanna hit that crystal cause I'm dope already. Things came to take the rack, ain't over and I hope y'all ready. Bitch act stupid, I fuck your mama, bitch, you know I'm petty. Nigga think he fucking with me, must be blowed off fatty. This exotic stinky buzz, we don't smoke that Reggie. The plug.
I'm a big dog, I'm coming several losers. Get these niggas on my comments before I shoot them. I got suicidal thoughts and it now don't make me lose it. The only thing could get some time from me is OGs. I'm a big dog, I'm coming several losers. Get these niggas on my comments before I shoot them. I got suicidal thoughts and it now don't make me lose it. The only thing could get some time from me is OGs. Yeah. I'm a big dog, I'm coming several losers. For real. Suicidal thoughts and it down don't make me lose it.